Hello, everybody.
Hi.
And a little sneaky hello to the VOD watchers. I see you. I know what you've done. Drink more water.
Drink more water. Or we'll get you.
We
Hi, Cuppy
will.
Dog
We will.
City.
Hi, Cuppy Dog City.
yeah.
Oh, it's hot and my internet is bad. So that's about where we're at. Hi, Gordon Footwork.
Hi, Bubbly
Hi,
Monk.
Essetix.
Hi,
Hi, Ruby
Bloom.
Bloom.
Hi, Justerites.
Hi,
Hi, Leaf
Jester
Twig.
Bugs.
Hi, Virtual Pets. Wee, golly.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hey, honey.
Oh, what the heck? Hang on, I'm gonna VIP Freaks.
Oh yeah, we should do that.
Now you get a funny diamond.
It's true. We've been hitting a little bit more VIPs recently because like one day we may actually need a slowdown mode in chat.
Yeah.
Y'all ready to see John Freeman? That's good.
Oh, good. Hi, Skill Elephant. Hi, Frog Crafted. See, you get a funny diamond.
I wish you could make custom VIP logos.
Know.
I would just make it a jam jar. I would just make a little like 4 pixel wide jam jar somehow. No, instead they give us chance. They don't give me the ability to make little jam. Well, they technically let me make little jam jars. Help us get to partner, and I'll make a free for everyone jam jar. I've mentioned this before.
Hi, Ducks.
Hi. Ah, thanks for the resubscribe, hon.
What? The streamer Face Full of Bugs is live? Okay, everybody, we gotta go. Alright. Goodbye, everyone.
Alright.
And we're back. Hi, Brandish's Pistoles.
Only jokes. Only jokes. Hello, Brandish's Pistoles. I do love that if I drop out.
Oh my god, I'm gonna shake Twitch to pieces. I'm gonna shake Twitch to fucking pieces. That was a joke. That was gonna be a funny joke. I can't fucking. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad.
I know.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Hi.
Twitch is a great channel. I'm so glad that we pay out half of all we get to this great website that's built so good. Thank you for the wasps.
Really a fucking knock on enough doors and the devil will answer type moment, I tell you.
Okay. No, we've learned an important lesson. Apparently, if we make too many we have to go now jokes, Twitch will just give us an R.L. Stine Goosebumps style fucking ironic consequence.
Yeah.
I love that guy, by the way, because when he talks about his books, he's like, oh, I have no idea what I was writing for half of them. I was writing like 2 books in a month. And I'm like, you know, I respect it, but also, are you okay? Hi, Puppakin.
Hi.
I keep thinking I keep thinking like I'll do the spiel soon. I'll wait till we switch over. We got a little while.
Okay.
So yeah, it's the kind of hot where my room is fine, thankfully. Literally all my love and terror to the Pacific Northwest and Canada right now.
Seriously.
You do have to get the most out of your jam, but it is the kind of hot where the kitchen is fucked. So my food tonight is deli turkey and pickles and olives, and I made a bowl of crunchy salad.
Yum.
And then I fled. And then I ran. Oh, and a bunch of ume paste.
Oh, hey, you boy hopscotch. I ate a bunch of Dan. Well, have fun with your jam.
Yeah.
I ate a bowl of lychee today. It fucking ruled. I love lychee so much.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm so
yeah,
happy.
I got a bag of cauliflower florets, and I've been having a grand fucking time with them. That and some bell pepper and some carrots, and just dumped some miso mayo sauce on it. Ooh.
That sounds nice. That sounds
We
nice.
are going to get... The little man is moving pretty good, honestly. Oh god, good luck, Skull Elephant. Stand under shade, wet down your dang, like, clothing, wear a hat, drink water slowly and constantly with a little, like, pinch of salt in it when you... Like, eat salt.
Yes.
Eat salt. Like, this
Oh.
is not the time to be worrying about, like, eating potato chips.
Jesus. Oh, sticky heat's the worst, leaf twig.
Yep.
116
Oh,
Fahrenheit? What the fuck?
that's like where I grew up numbers. Nobody else should be dealing with this shit.
Cuppy, that's terrifying.
Ooh.
You're giving me the
Gambate,
hiccups out of
fucking-
fright.
Out of heat terror. Yeah, literally stay safe, y'all.
Yeah.
We're just over here like, alright, it's gonna be 4th of July soon. Y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna do anything with them fireworks that's gonna, like, fuck over our air quality for, like, 3 months, right?
Right?
Please?
You wouldn't,
Please,
right?
Please?
Right?
Please?
Right?
Well, luckily tonight we'll mostly be talking about Resident Evil 8, which will be a fun, funky, fresh escape from real life horror, which
Yay.
ironically is part of why I like horrors, because I think of it it's a helpful, if applied correctly. 14-year-old me reading the synopsis of fucked up J and K horror movies was not helpful, therapeutic, working through my fears. But also, when you're 14, what is, really?
Yeah,
are there going to be
work. I would say there would be
Yes.
Resident Evil 8 spoilers in the stream. Sorry.
If you're trying to avoid spoilers for Resident Evil 8, I'm afraid we will probably talk about those a lot.
Yeah.
Tonight, don't worry if you gotta sit out for that because you're, like, catching up or playing the game yourself. I do think it's a game that's probably the most fun, like, as unspoiled as possible.
Yeah.
I was lightly spoiled on one thing that I kind of wish I had. Well, I'm actually kind of glad I was spoiled on what
I was spoiled on a lie. I got told you get to see Lady D eat a horse. I didn't see that happen at all.
What?
Yeah.
What?
In her
Robbed.
like dragon form, I heard you see her eat a horse, and I was like, what?
You. Fucked up. Cruel.
Mhm.
Mean. Rude. I got spoiled a little bit for the vague idea that, like, maybe Ethan was gonna die, but then be okay. But I'm glad I did. I think even if I hadn't been spoiled, I probably would have guessed that he wasn't really dead for reals, because that would be the worst. But I'm kinda glad I had a back pocket, like, probably not.
Oh, yeah.
Nah.
Spoilers for the ending of Resident Evil 8.
Speaking of,
Hey, so remember that part where Rosemary's in the car and they're driving off and there's a guy that
Mhm.
approaches the car and the car stops?
Mhm.
I thought that was weird. Someone got a good look at that model. Turns out it's Ethan.
yeah, not only that, but it's Ethan without his jacket on, which is a distinct model that only shows up very briefly in the game.
It's apparently got his fucked up hand and everything, too.
It's got his so the idea that it's like just a generic dude model doesn't track, because surely if it was a generic model, it would be him with the jacket on. But yeah, it's Ethan if you look at it closely. I'm gonna be honest, I think this is still stupid,
Mm.
because I don't think it's okay. He just didn't get to raise his daughter or know her in any way as she
Yeah.
grew up. Don't worry, that sucks. That sucks. That still sucks. That sucks so hard. But if they have to do anything with it, it's at least something. And I liked the video that I got it from, because they were like, oh, well, sure, like, there could be other logical explanations, but those are boring, so I don't care. Because that's how I feel about a lot of things constantly. If the other answers to a mystery that is, like, quote-unquote more logical is nothing actually happened, there's nothing here that adds to the story, this has no actual consequences, then there's nowhere to... I'm off-roading, I don't give a shit! Go
Stupid man thing, I'm riding my fucking hog off-road.
Stupid man thing! I am riding my hog off-road! I am teaching my daughters how to BMX bike!
God.
There we go. There we go. I can only do her yelling. On the other hand, I am getting a increasingly decent handle on this awkward son of a bitch.
Wow. That's
I'm getting
great.
All credit goes to Newt for the incredibly smart realization that he's a native Romanian speaker who learned English from movies.
Mhm.
So it's Southern plus British plus the awkward cadence of having to translate your own speech, which also comes back to his actual voice actor being British doing an American accent.
Oh, yeah.
Which that he totally solved it for me. You just need to remember awkward pauses that indicate I am trying to remember what the fuck English grammar rules are. This language is a mess, Ethan.
God.
It's
Alright.
really fun. It's really fun. We can roll over now?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so I'm introducing a new spiel. Hello and welcome to these are commissioned-based nights, but this time we are doing an animation stream night, but the spiel is going to be the same either way. I'm still on, right?
Yeah,
My
yeah.
internet just decided to blip as soon as I started that.
You're good.
I want to introduce a little bit of how this night tends to go, because we've started to have some newer viewers in the audience, which rules. Thank you for being here. On art nights, I am usually looking directly at the chat, and me and Bugs are talking kind of directly with you as well as each other. It's a little bit important during art nights that even more than usual, folks stay on topic and kind of play with us on what we're talking about. There's definitely a space for extended conversations with other chat members, but it's DMs.
Yeah.
1 or 2 replies is fine. Anything past that, and I really genuinely ask that it's taken to DMs, or to Discord, wherever y'all want to talk, because it kind of makes it so that everyone else can't talk, and I feel like folks ain't paying attention. It's the equivalent of going to a stage show, and talking really loudly with your friends. It might be a fun time for you, but it's sending the wrong kind of energy back towards the stage. I apologize if this seems rough, but tough. Basically, if it's a little bit too much, or also I want to note that being argumentative or actualing, I understand the urge when you know a subject very well and you feel like someone else is wrong. The urge to bring in more information might not even necessarily have any bad feelings behind it. You just want to share, but try to remember to yourself how you feel when folks assume you don't know what you're talking about. Not to say I can't be wrong, Bugs can't be wrong, just understand if you catch a quick mute. It won't be long. Thank y'all for understanding and being cool. This spiel will get much shorter the longer I do it. But with that, let's go into art night.
Yeah.
So Bugs is at the fun stage where it is basically color work, right?
Yeah, so basically everything's done. I only have to draw some more arms on Gordon at one point, but otherwise, let me show you guys where we're at currently.
Yeah, let's take a look at funny little man.
When John Freeman got to where the screaming was started, he found his brother, Gordon Freeman, fighting the final boss. And Gordon said, "John Freeman, over here!"
And one more playthrough real quick.
When John Freeman got to where the screaming was started, he found his brother, Gordon Freeman, fighting the final boss. And Gordon said, "John Freeman, over here!"
So every so often when I do this playthrough, Adobe Animate will lag a little bit, which is why I'm sort of double scrubbing.
I think it looks boss. Fiction came along. Oh,
Thanks, dude.
I think this is coming along great, honestly.
I know I have a lot to learn with regard to the timing on the run here and everything, but this is my first time fully animating anything in my life.
Yeah.
So
to this point, Bugs has been pretty freely doing like animatics, as otherwise an illustrative and like, comic person.
Yeah. So it's been a fun learning experience.
Yeah, which I think it's coming out great, honestly. Like, a lot of what you have to do in animation is like figuring out where you can spend what resources, and a lot of those resources are like you as a person. And I think that's been going pretty well.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. So
This is
tonight,
also why all zines that include animation should have really long, generous deadlines.
well, thankfully this one did.
Yes, no, the people being worked with here have been very cool about like adjusting as things went on.
Yeah. So at this point, we largely really are just coloring things. Oh, here's John.
Yep.
In fact, you're going to be coloring John first today. So we're going to take
Yeah.
John, and we're going to make him so fucking small. Do not mind Breen there. Don't worry about that. It's fine,
He is just
actually.
that's John's funny marionette that he does for little funny jokes.
Yeah. So, don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. And yeah, this is welcome to the coloring pass. That's where we're gonna kind of be at.
Welcome
Breen.
to the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yay.
Man. So, about Resident Evil 8. Pay no attention to the man in blue behind the curtain. It's true. Don't worry about it. I think I'm gonna be thinking about that fucking game for a long goddamn time.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you, Fandom Hop. I was completely conked out yesterday, but I kept the screen open to give the viewership my minor boost. Thank you.
Thank you.
we-
It's very
we-
kind of
J-
you.
Honestly, I always think it's charming whenever someone like listens to us to pass out.
Yeah, for real.
And I also think that like I've been that person once or twice. Just ooh, a calming nap. Ooh, ha. Yeah, Resident Evil 8 is just it's very interesting because like I went into this game like fairly fond of Resident Evil 7, and I'm now like we now have a very curious thing where Resident Evil 7 now suffers from having a vastly better sequel. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, the binoculars are totally mayo jars.
Oh yeah. They're the mayo jars that thank Puzz and Frankie for a funny gag they gave me.
Yeah, it's my little secret cameo. That and my decapitated head on Gur's streams.
Yeah. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about it. It's a spare.
Mhm.
Yeah, like Resident Evil 7 was fun. It was a weird departure from Resident Evil's usual tone, especially because like oh, you're conked up before the stream? Thank you then. Yeah, like Resident Evil as a whole kind of wound up being like it's always been an action horror series. Like literally from the very first one, it is like the survival horror game.
Uh-huh.
Like pretty much. But there was always a weird balance of like how much of the game you spend being a cool shooty commando man's, which hilariously enough, Chris, muscular form, has always kind of represented a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So then we get Resident Evil 7, where suddenly, like, you are not any kind of cool commando type person. You're just a fucking dude. And you aren't being sent into, like, a city-ending catastrophe. You're just being sent into this, like, one fucked-up house. And I even loved a lot of Resident Evil 7.
Oh yeah.
But it does suffer from a really intense case of the classic Resident Evil, the last fourth of the game, kind of not being as fun or interesting. They never quite know how to close these suckers out.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was so funny how much like Resident Evil 8, I was literally going in with, well, if this is as good as Resident Evil 7, I'll be pretty happy. And it blew it out of the water!
Yeah.
It made Resident Evil 7 better and worse in comparison.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Uh,
I keep
Go ahead.
thinking about like viewing Resident Evil 7 as Ethan is dead and is a mold person the entire time. You know?
And the fact that that means he was always a part of the family in the strictest definition.
Yeah.
Like, no wonder he was seeing, like, that's always been part of Resident Evil 7's, like, storyline, is that Ethan got infected, and that's why he was always saying Eveline, Evie. Also, hello, Candied Nova.
Hello.
Like, Budley Milk says, considering RE8 was my first actual RE game, it stands pretty good as a standalone, though there are some bioterrorist context that I didn't get. I'll be honest, the context will not help you. I know the context, kind of, sorta. It's kind of dry, I'll be honest. Whenever they get into the weird, like, and then this group over here they're the good guys, but they have the Umbrella name, but they're bad, but sometimes it all just starts to sound a little bit like getting way too deep into G.I. Joe lore for me.
God. Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah. But yeah, like Bugs was saying, like in Resident Evil 7, like it was always we always knew like, oh, he got infected, but the unspoken assumption was that he was an alive dude who had some mold trying to grow in him.
Yeah.
The extreme detail of like, no, you're not only dead, but you are mostly mold, shaped like a person at this point.
God, that was cool.
I loved that scene with Evie so much, and I have to say, part of how Resident Evil 8 made Resident Evil 7, hello Random 00 Factor,
Hey.
like outright better, is because in Resident Evil 7, part of where it fell apart for me is at the end, there's this like, you should feel bad for Evie actually, but it's like, as the game presents her, she is explicitly a bioweapon in the shape of a person who's been conditioned with specific behaviors, and she's been torturing you literally the whole game, and like turned a family into this horrible pack of like just evil, basically. But suddenly RE8 brings in the context that she is an actual clone of a specific little girl, and not only that, but her literal mother, who supposedly has been like looking for her this whole time, rejected her because a detail from Resident Evil 7 is that Evie projects the vision of her as a little girl, but her actual physical body aged at like rapid hyperspeed as soon as she was created. So big spoiler alert, if you're going to go back and watch Resident Evil 8, like pause the video for 10 seconds, actually takes the form of the little old lady grandma you've been seeing the whole fucking game. That's like semi-comatose. Spoilers over now. And that suddenly gives her so much more like context, because not only is she like actually was rejected by her literal biological mom, but her mom, who supposedly has been looking for her this whole time, rejected her because she got older. Literally. I'm upset at how dead on the Autism Speaks mom read is for her.
Yeah, for real.
Because, like, that's literally how they always sound. There's this fixation on the idea that once upon a time they had this perfect baby who was normal because it was a baby. Because babies is babies. Because it's a baby. Because a baby doesn't have agency or personhood or the ability to talk or, like, communicate interests. And they always get, like, and then they became different and awful. And it's like, they grew up and became their own person. And the type of person they are, you just rejected because it didn't fit your, like, pre-existing expectations for them. That's literally what Mother Miranda did to Evie.
Yep.
And I love it and I hate it because it suddenly does dial Evie back into abandoned little girl who is constantly searching for a family. And what I find interesting is Evie wants a whole family. She wants a mom, she wants a dad, she wants a sister, she wants a brother, she wants a big family. She wants to belong somewhere. I even feel like now her making everyone into terrible people is because she was conditioned to be, like, I think she she seems like she was always kind. Her mother Miranda, nature versus nurture, big question. Not getting into it, but we know she was made into a bioweapon, and so it almost feels like she just wanted people who were like her. She just wanted everyone to behave like her so that she made sense there. She needed them to be the way they wound up because otherwise they wouldn't make sense as her family. But Mother Miranda was only ever looking for one thing. A baby. Just a baby. Not a person. Not even really a child. Like, she kept adopting kids that she literally didn't give a shit about in any way whatsoever, except as it was convenient. I really think the only reason she positioned herself as mother is because that's her obsession. Because she needs to exist as a wronged mother who is unquestioningly listened to and adored, which, I'm gonna be real, that's not even a good POV to go in with just a baby on. Because babies don't listen to nobody, man. Babies is just babies. They're trying to get used to gravity and temperatures existing. And I'm gonna be real, it's a shitty situation. God, gravity, having to eat shit yourself, having to sit up. No, having to roll over from your stomach sucks as an adult.
Yep.
Good night, Crystal's Pearl.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. And, like, I really love that, because, like, that conflict between between Miranda and Ethan could have fumbled the ball pretty hard. Instead, like it could have very easily been like, well, this is shitty, because, like, he's a dad, but she's, like, the exact same motivation as him. And it's like, no, we spend the whole game literally inside the consequences for what a shitty person.
Yeah.
Ethan, the mold man, still has the stricted just a dude vibes. Yeah, I love that about him.
Yeah, I do too.
I'll probably talk about that tonight too, but, like, I've actually become very fond of the implication that Ethan just has the strongest sense of self possible. Like, he has such an intense internal concept of self that he still bleeds chunks even though he doesn't need to. Like, we literally know from Jack in RE7 that a fully converted mold person can just take a hit like you're made of wood. Like, you can just stand there. Here's the fucked up thing. Ethan actually does that once or twice.
Yep.
I keep thinking about how when he opens the door to the safe house in the village where we saw last time, that dude shot him.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Ethan just got shot. And because he didn't really, like, he didn't have enough time to, like, recognize what was happening, it just bounced. I think it just sunk into him. I think he's got a spare bullet in his left arm.
Oh, that's so cool.
Right? Yeah, he's made of mold. That's what I love, is that he's just some dude. He's also made of, like, monster stuff. He's just some monster man, basically. He is a guy. He's a dude. He's like, you know those jokes about, like, gender, I am a guy, but in the same way that a little animal is just a guy? Ethan's, like, close to that.
Yeah, just a dude.
Side note, non-binary Ethan would actually be a really rad angle on him, I think.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Right? I'm already in here, like, all the way with, now I know we see pictures of Mia pregnant, but I like this man, so he's trans now. They photoshopped those to, like, send to the in-laws that he's not actually out to, and Mother Miranda found them and thought they were real and put them up in frames, and Ethan just felt like it was a little awkward to ask about, so he never brought it up.
Wait, is this from a frame?
The worst part is, when they were taking the photographs to Photoshop her, she kept deliberately doing the worst pregnancy photo poses ever.
God.
She was like, no, I gotta wear a black leotard and be, like, caressing my own belly super weirdly. It'll be great. And he's like, oh god, it's just that one TikTok where they're, like, all of your straight friends on Facebook announcing the pregnancy.
God.
and her boyfriend is like visibly cracking up at her awful chaos humor.
God.
Ethan and Mia, uh, this summer, you thought the horror was over, but Jason strikes back with the arrival of our new baby. Umbrella Corp presents.
Fuck.
Wesker the Fifth. Umbrella Corp presents Jason. Fuck. I feel like Ethan and Mia. So when I hadn't been born yet, my parents decided to torture my grandparent. Well, to tease my grandparents by claiming they were gonna name me deoxyribonucleic acid.
Oh, well, that's sweet.
I feel like I could see Mia pulling that shit.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Alright, I'm fine. Ha ha ha.
You're
Ooh,
good?
Yeah,
You're good?
I accidentally renamed something dumb.
Oh god. Yeah, Candide Nova has a quote. Mommy and Daddy were being sus in medbay.
Oh, Christ.
There's something so... It's a very specific TikTok. I'm sorry to be, like, referring to something so wildly off-stream, but...
Christ.
I have such a fondness for that level of, like, oh, we got one of one of these albums on. The Seabergs.
Yeah, I like the Seabergs.
I have just put on a playlist of Seaberg records to work to before. It's a good time.
Yeah.
My parents are big nerds and came up with names like Pikachu, Batman. They also claimed to my big sister that I was going to be named Jesus Elvis.
Oh.
Partially because my parents did this very cool art series, kind of about Elvis, and it's these big, solid color acrylic pieces with words in one color stamped onto backgrounds of other colors, and they're all like Mom, Jesus, like peanut butter, Elvis, like just words related to him.
Oh,
Anyways,
cool.
they're very cool. I should get a picture of one sometime.
Yeah, I'd love to see
But I
that.
do look at the hair that I have as a human being in my avatar now and go like, nominative determinism. I see. I only know tangentially of Ethan, but I hope he has funny fungus adventures if anything bad happened to him. No, it didn't. That's kind of how I feel. Except a lot of bad things happened.
No, everything's fine, actually. He's good.
Yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, so Resident Evil 7, it's funny because, like, Resident Evil 8 is such a better game that Resident Evil 7 really does feel like the warm-up prequel for it. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, a big problem with Resident Evil 7 is that anything that isn't the boss fights in that game, like the boss sections, kind of drags on a bit, and the stock, like, molded aren't very fun as enemy designs.
They're great, like,
and
the first few times you see them, but then you kind of get used to them.
Yes. And the problem is they never really introduce much more variety than that.
Yeah, darn shame.
Yeah, which, like, I do think it would be a pretty great game still. Side note, hey, Resident Evil 7, don't introduce one black dude just to kill him horribly.
Yeah.
I thought we were past this horror as a genre. Yeah, RE8 feels like they took so much of what they learned from Resident Evil 7, and they really, like, okay, they brought it back more to, like, classic Resident Evil shape and vibe and structure, and they included the lessons they learned about, like, these really charismatic, like, cool boss characters.
Yeah.
They gave us more variety in the monsters, and they did all of this without, like, they still took, like, such a different turn. The twist at the end, that it's still science horror, it's just medieval science horror, is so good. It's so fucking good. Oh god. Brandishes Pistoles says, closest crazy baby name story is my mom wanted to name me Camaria, which means of the moon. In Swahili, she says, but one, she is very white, and two, I'm half Mexican. Oh. We had one or two of them kids around in my area. Named with all the grace and delicacy of an OC on fanfic.net
Fuck.
with the Japanese to English dictionary open.
Christ.
Yeah, Love Device says, I think RE8 is the only Resident Evil game where I didn't get bored watching a playthrough after like 45 minutes. I feel like all the games dip off after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I enjoy the old Resident Evil games, but that's because I like big, dumb, goofy boss fights where they turn into a big, weird, mutating pile of goo with eyes.
Yeah.
Ooh, maybe a little headcanon about Duke, our friend Duke. Absolutely. I'll finish my thought here then just to say, I feel like I'm kind of shocked at the fact that, like, I don't know if I like Evie as a character exactly,
Mm-hmm.
but I like her as a story point. And there's something so tragic about her just haunting Ethan in, like, this very literal way. Because, like, in my heart, she helped Ethan come back to life by basically doing the, like, what? Are you gonna die? Huh?
Oh,
huh?
what, you gonna
Baby
die
gonna
about
die?
it? Huh, old man?
What? Wah! I got my
Ah.
heart ripped out. Boo-hoo, I guess I better die. Get the fuck up! Like, she's terrible, but I love the idea that she's, like, just kind of sticking with the closest thing she's maybe ever had to any adult who was kind of nice to her.
Mhm.
And it's the dude who, like, put her down.
Oh, hey, Snail.
Hi,
Hi, I
Snail.
am here. I can't
Yes,
sleep. Are we
oh,
talking
you
about
can't
weird
sleep? Oh,
monster
that's
family
we are definitely
dynamics?
talking about weird monster family dynamics because, good lord, Resident Evil 8 brings that in. We were actually talking off stream about, like, I have this notion in the, like, It Takes a Village ending concept that, like, at some point Ethan asks Donna to make, like, a very weirdly specific doll for him of a little girl with dark hair and a dark dress on, a plain dark dress, and, like, he has to, like, describe the features a little bit because there's probably no photos left,
Mm.
but, like,
Oh.
maybe they take that little doll and put it somewhere special.
Oh yeah, the lab's probably gone.
The lab's probably fucked up, but they can get her new wood carving stuff.
Yeah. Oh no,
Okay, hon. I'll see you later.
See you, Greeks.
Oh, yeah, the lab where she was made. Jesus, yeah.
And also,
And Miranda didn't... Mm-hmm.
the lab that Chris finds has photos of her.
Yeah, that's right. I hope that maybe Mia, like, pocketed one or two of those, but I just like the idea of, like, a little carved doll, to, like, I don't know, maybe, like, either put with the memorial stuff, and, like, I like the idea that maybe because Ethan takes over the fungal colony, she becomes, like, a ghost inside of that a little bit.
I
Like,
like that.
not very active, but, like, every now and then folks see a little girl with dark hair, and it's, like, less than a local saint, but more than a ghost.
Hmm.
Ethan hands Rose to Lady D for babysitting. Oh, yeah, no. Like, Lady D actually knows how to look after a baby, but Bugs was joking that they have to be like, now, listen, it's no longer medically advisable to rub cocaine on the gums of a baby who's teething. Actually, we don't do that Well, will it actually hurt her? No, but, you know, she has enough trouble sleeping. Where did you even get that?
Would you like some Coca-Cola? I have some in my home. Notice this has chloroform in it on the ingredients.
Ethan, father of a 1-year-old, going, Okay, I was asked for a headcanon 4. A little headcanon about Duke, our friend, the Duke. Honestly, the Duke is a funny one because, like... Is this Billy Hatcher music? Yes,
Yep.
it is. Okay. I really am... Okay. First of all, there isn't the information in the game anywhere that gives any hint on what the Duke is, except that I feel pretty sure that he's not human. That's like the one thing we super know for sure.
Mm.
He is... Maybe he was once a human, maybe he never was a human, but he's not a human. because the answer he gives Ethan when Ethan asks is that he also doesn't know.
So
Which,
don't worry about it.
don't worry about it. Except it's not even I don't know, it's he says something weirdly specific.
Even I couldn't tell you that, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Which that's very specific, Duke. Duke, my friend the Duke. I just feel that the Duke is, yes. Also, heads up, y'all. I know you're all also excited about the AU. I apologize if I don't read off a headcanon or idea you give me. It's just that then the stream would just be that. I also quietly request that if I don't read out loud an idea, it don't get reposted back into the chat. I probably saw it the first time. Sorry.
Thank you
Sometimes
for
I do miss stuff.
understanding.
Sometimes I do miss stuff. Yeah, Puzz says he says it while he's chuckling too. Yeah, yeah. I really love how much the Duke is just like a man of good cheer. Like
Yeah.
the whole game, he just seems like so charmed and interesting, like interested in stuff. Like it cracks me up that that's if you shoot him, he just chuckles. The fucking little like tres bien, like sir.
Good deal.
On Très bien, yeah. Like, on a scale from... Can you tell I never took
I'm
French
sorry.
even slightly? No. It just cracks me up that, like, there's something so interesting. Like, where do you fall on the scale of fighting as flirting from the Duke versus Heisenberg?
I know. Oh.
You cannot kill me in any way that matters. Indeed. Yeah, like where I've landed on it is that I feel like he is I've said this before, but like he's something local.
Mm-hmm.
Like to the valley, to the village. And he clearly cares about the village. But I realized, hey, do you ever think about the fact that his horse is totally fine? Like, very specifically his horse? Because we see the Lycans, like, very specifically tracking down all the other horses in the village and making a fun pile out of them. I guess in the same way that, like, a bunch of teenagers might make a communal bowl of, like, Tostino's pizza pockets. Like, just grab a handful whenever you need to get your nosh on, I guess.
Uh-huh.
There's actually a big picture of communal Monster energy drink that they also all drink.
Good for them.
Like, so that implies that even the Lycans leave the Duke the fuck alone.
Mhm.
And that's interesting, because there's only, like, one other person we see cause, like, an immediate unanimous reaction to the Lycans is Mother Miranda. So, I don't think he's related to Mother Miranda. I really don't think she made him. It almost feels like he's this little, like, blind spot in the whole network.
Yeah.
Like, it's very interesting. Like, I also think sometimes about the fact that the Duke, like, is very healthy looking. Like, he's fat.
Mhm.
He like, I do still like thinking of the wheelchair as, like, a semi-mobility device for him, because I have a mobility device.
Yeah.
But, like, he... outside of, like, an odd scar... Like, there's a line on his stomach that we've been trying to figure out. Like, it's probably meant to be a belly button, but it looks a lot like an operation scar.
Yeah, or like an impact wound or something. It's really curious.
Yeah, it does look like an impact wound specifically, huh? Because a scar that, like, a surgery scar
Yeah, it wouldn't
heals
be
up,
puckered
like,
in like
puckered
that.
out.
Yeah.
Puckered in is what you get from impact stuff. Newt says, now I'm thinking about the Duke being Fae, because he literally goes, you can call me the Duke, he never tells us a proper name. Strawberry Lemonade Guy says, my thought is we kind of know the mold existed before Mother Miranda arrived. What if he got his powers from the mold long before MM got there? Funnily enough, both ideas lean into where I've landed with him, but I kind of think of it as, like, a local god of the land.
Good for Ethan. He meets a Fae and he eats the food immediately. I think that's fine.
Immediately.
I think that's good
Immediately
for
without
him.
question. But also, that does line up interestingly with the fact that the last thing Duke says is, "This is the last time I'll watch you walk away from me," which, as we've pointed out before, could also be taken to mean, the next time I see you, I know you will never leave again.
Hee
Romantic, 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 romantic. Which I still think I'm never gonna, like... Yeah, that's... If you've seen the clip of the moment where we leave him, that's why I started singing Simple and Clean. You don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go.
Please, oh
Simple
baby, bring me back a crystal skull, thank you.
Please, 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 for the Duke, please.
Please bring me a crystallized dead wife. I need it so much for my mantelpiece, please.
Side note, it does crack me up that we never sold him anything like meat or ammo on our first playthrough, so I had no idea that he has these bitchy responses to being sold something cheap.
There's one line we didn't get that's like, you know I'm only buying this because of our relationship.
Sir? And I like the line we got where he's like, imagine the idea of me taking something like this.
God.
It's like, alright. Just pouting. You weren't bringing the Duke fine art? You aren't bringing him arcane horrible relics? Strawberry Lemonade Gay, yeah, I've actually already landed on the idea that the Duke is autumn associated, because the autumn brings with it concepts involving food storage, safety.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you, wanna be a Zangoose. I kind of understand, I do. The urge to be a Zangoose. Like, fall, storage, plenty, wealth, and to be honest, it's a Bacchanus, it's a bacchanal kind of imagery.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the full-on Dionysian. Like, wine, grapes, fall leaves, plenty, harvest. The harvest is, like, very much in the imagery here. I feel very strongly like that should be the Duke's kind of imagery. Like, I see him very much tied to the land, but in a weird way, like, tied to the people and the culture there. Because, like, he doesn't have a lot of nature imagery inherently. Instead, he represents, like, as much as I hate to say it, commerce. But, like, local commerce. What I love is that his design isn't just, like, when you first meet him, he's in the wagon.
Uh-huh.
When you very first meet him, he's not surrounded by wealth and plenty and riches and rugs and silk and shit. He's surrounded by dried meat, dried fish, books, papers, little useful tools, the ability to repair things. He is a local general store. And I don't know how many people here, like, grew up in a super rural area. I think, ironically, you warp back around to this kind of vibe if you live in, like, a serious city, though. But, like, there's something to, like, the little store where you can get, like, the basics and provisions and, like, little tools, little things you might need. Not, like, everything, but, like, everything you need to get through, say, a harsh winter. The Duke's imagery is food that keeps. It's little useful things. It's knowledge. It's a security. He's like something to do with the people. He's something to do with people helping each other. Like, the raw neutrality of, like, everyone needs to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Admittedly, Mother Miranda could maybe store less food. Seems like a bit of a... Elisa, Lady D, has too much food stored. Yeah. Snail says, you know, something else worth noticing about the Duke, he sells to everyone in the village too, and they know him as a peddler. He's not a part of Mother Miranda's mythology. Yes! He breaks Mother Miranda's rules by bringing in newspapers from the outside, without repercussions. Folk must have noticed that, yes, which I love, because you know what I realized about that one house that's like the instrument carver's house, where there's books?
Huh.
Some of those books were soft covered.
Oh, new.
that means they're not ancient books. Like, admittedly, softcover books like aren't actually as recent as it might be easy to think of them as being. They've been around a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But that still is a book that existed after the cultural cutoff point of about like 1920 is what well no, even earlier than 1920. Mother Miranda had the village running before World War One.
Yep.
Let me take a look. World War One. American history classes failed me starting.
I think on the
Here.
Resident Evil wiki they have a timeline. I was consulting
Yeah,
it
okay.
a little bit earlier.
At the very least, pre 1914. And I imagine the official timeline starts in like 1890 from like just kind of a quick eyeball of like the weird culture.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Those books were well loved and cared for. Yup. Which means that they had been read the entire time and carefully. Note, I could be wrong and those books could have all been hardcover, but that only means that they're like maybe a little safer to own. And I really believe that the Duke was probably the source of books
Mm-hmm.
because his wagon explicitly has books in it.
Oh, yeah.
Which I especially kind of love because, well, books and papers. He definitely has papers out on display. I mostly remember that because I remember when I was doing the Pom Pom Purin poster for it,
That
I had
was
to take a
cute.
really close look at the props. I could totally picture kids scrounging up a few coins to go to the Duke and maybe get some slices of meat or a single sausage, like how kids would just get a candy bar or drink.
Oh.
I literally used to go to the general store in like the ironically Miranda. Not kidding. Not kidding.
Uh-huh.
And I would get like I would bring in like a handful of change and I would get myself like a little like Slim Jim or like a little bag of beef jerky, or in the summertime that's when you get yourself a Flintstones push pop.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Oh, the weird gelatinous horrible goo of a melted Flintstones push pop.
Oh, I see.
It's a terrible. That's really one of those popsicles you gotta eat while it's good. Yeah, like the Duke is probably a pretty explicit lifeline for the village in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
When I was a kid, I would buy a tomato and just eat it like an apple. I did that with tomatoes off the vine, and that is
Oh yeah.
ooh,
When they're nice and
ooh,
sweet.
ah.
Ooh, that's good.
When they're still like warm from the sun and like a little
Yes.
bit firm.
Oh my
ooh.
god. Cherry
Just-
tomatoes are
Just
so good
hit
for
it
that.
with some salt. Like that's all you need.
Yeah.
And but also don't live like me and accidentally eat like way too many tomatoes. There's a limit. There's a limit.
Did something happen?
Just eating too much of a fruit and getting sick as a kid.
Oh, right. Yeah. I've done that. Clementines.
Yeah. Oh man, those little bags of like
Oh.
clementines are like they always around winter. You get like a whole bag,
Yeah.
and the thing is, if you don't eat them fast, they go bad anyways.
Yep. So you gotta.
Clearly, I have no choice but to eat a simply unconscionable amount of citrus at once.
Yeah, it'll be fine. You won't get an ulcer, I promise.
I will not in any way make my mouth start bleeding. Honestly, remember, we've only seen the Duke's wagon in the winter. I could actually see that in the summer, the Duke probably at the very least had ice.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Like, because the old-fashioned, like, so this is a weird pull, but when Harpo Marx was a little kid, he was extremely poor, so most of the treats he ever had were, like, stolen. It was basically, like, watermelon or a chunk of ice, basically, were your options.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder if they grow watermelons in the village for the summer.
Oh.
Watermelons are a pretty easy crop to grow, so long as you can, like, water them enough.
Yeah, and they wouldn't store, and we saw apples, so we know they have fall crops,
Mm-hmm.
so it would make sense that they would have a summer crop.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't actually think about that. We really have only gotten like a look at their like crops for their storage for winter, because
Mhm.
we're even coming in at the end of winter, going by Snail's theory. Well, no, it's February, so that's like the worst part of winter, but also right before spring and when you would get a false like spring cropping up. Which that's part of why my imagery for Ethan is very spring based. Or Rose is spring, Ethan is summer.
Oh.
Of course. Or vice versa, because Rose is a rose, as everybody
Oh.
knows.
That's cute.
Yeah, roses bloom in summer.
That's adorable.
That could be cute. Either way, somewhat interchangeable. Side note, in this weird mythology, winter is filled out by Mia, because we've been kind of building a concept of who Mia as a person could be, and I kind of like the idea that when she's not interacting with Ethan, she's kind of flinty. Because, like, well, actually, Rose is Rosemary, I know, I was telling a little joke. Rosemary also flowers in late spring and early summer. What was I going to say? Oh, right. We actually do get one solid look at Mia's personality in Resident Evil 7 in the flashback.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
you're
when
right.
we do, she really is like a tough, flinty, very competent, kind of merciless person, which I'm into,
Mhm.
honestly.
Mhm.
I think a merciless lady type character can be a good time. So I do like the idea that she, like, as a part of things, is kind of a hard ass. We've actually been talking about the idea that her and Heisenberg should be friends. They're action movie buddies.
Mhm.
Rosemary loves warm weather. Goes into monstrous hedges in Florida. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I will note that I prefer to think that when Rose grows up, like gets older, she's just always going to be giant. She's going to be like a 5 foot tall 10-year-old.
I like that.
Yeah,
Don't
maybe
get
not
on.
like a lot of big monstery touches, but like, you know, if her dad looks weird, she probably want to look a little bit like him. But yeah, like, what was it? Oh, the Duke. I think what I'm gonna headcanon for the Duke is that he hasn't left the valley very often, and I don't think he can go very far. He's been somewhat lucky in that his quote-unquote old friends from the Merchant's Guild that the Merchant in RE7 is from have mostly been willing to come and meet him, usually like somewhere out on the edge of the valley where like the network underneath wouldn't notice them too bad. I also think that he is obviously extensively well-read. He's probably like one of those dorks that knows way too much about Shakespeare. I'm one of those dorks. I think that he like explores the world and human culture mostly through like books and relics of a kind. Like that's part of what he loves is like, because an interesting thing about the valley is that there's a weirdly high number of like specialist craftsmen. Like I kind of like to headcanon that Donna's parents also made dolls, and that's part of why she got obsessed.
Oh, I like that.
And also like the tools could have been like very old. We saw the instrument carver, who I think had to have been working with the Duke, because who the fuck else is taking orders for like 15 different mandolins?
Yep.
Or lutes. They might have just been lutes. I'm not sure. But we also heard of like a silversmith who was deliberately killed like for stupid experiments, because I guess they were done getting enough like fucking candelabras out of him. Someone has to be like, there's the person who is weaving all the local cloth. We know that at least one person, and I think probably multiple different girls in the valley make lace, because there's lace curtains fucking everywhere, and the daughters even have their own special, like, black lace, and Mother Miranda wears, like, a specialized pattern of a weird, like, neck scarf vestment hangy thing. I don't know what those are called. But, like, side note, her white, it's worth noting that Rose's white hair isn't even a sign that she's a monster person. That's how Ethan looked already. He's platinum fucking blonde. Dude really out here with a hair like Draco Malfoy. Oh god, that dude would actually be great to play Ethan.
He does kind of have that weasel look, doesn't he?
Well, and he also has that slightly, like... I've been listening to a lot of the Shrieking Shack over, like, the last year. I'm going very slowly, because every now and then I go, oh god, listening to Harry Potter stuff is getting too upsetting. I need to go back to listening to about serial killers and conspiracy theories. But they have this, like, running bit where they're like, Why does that guy always record his Fiverr videos next to like trash cans?
I know.
He looks like he's in a survival horror game that evolved into. So clearly he lives in the woods around
Behind-
Universal
yeah.
Studios.
Ethan emerges from the woods behind Hagrid's roller coaster,
Yes!
surrounded by bees.
Like a patron of the village. Yes, yes. I feel like Duke loves fine crafted things in part because the village is full of fine crafted things. People make stuff there. The dude who played Draco Malfoy, who was filming, listen to the Shrieking Shack. It gets depressing eventually, but
It's
also
really
I think
funny.
it feels like, as someone who grew up when Harry Potter was popular, listening to the Shrieking Shack feels like a very slow exorcism.
Yeah.
Like, the toxins are leaving my pores. I am comforting child me who kind of liked those books up to a point. I shouldn't downplay it. I did like it. It's, you know, I was born in 1991. What do you want of me?
Yeah, I feel the same. It was kind of nice.
It's like
to go
eating
back-
garlic.
It was kind of nice via that podcast to go back and see, like, oh, this has been here the whole time.
Yeah.
I just didn't have
Yeah.
the tools to recognize it.
And it's also, the Shrieking Shack is a critical ex-fan rereading of Harry Potter by extremely leftist cool people.
Mm-hmm.
They're very funny people, and they have good insights, and they are very fair, and they also mention constantly that she's a fucking TERF,
Yeah.
which is good.
Yeah.
Appreciated.
Yeah.
And they point out stuff that, like, I hadn't even thought of that's shitty about the books, and its weird centrist thing.
Mhm.
There's a lot of good content. It's very good. They're very funny people. They're very witty. And it's kind of nice, just to, like, finish my thought, it's nice to hear, like, okay, some of this was fun, dumb, kids book fun. Book 3, the one that was my favorite at the time, really was this fun, gothic, mystery kids adventure, and it really did just get really rough right after that, but it was
Yeah.
all always kind of there,
Yeah.
is the thing. Anyways, I didn't forget why I got it. Oh, right, because Tom Felton
Looks
That's
like Ethan.
weirdly looks like Ethan. Hauntingly. I am now upset by this.
Well, if you want, you could probably hire him for $600 to say your favorite Ethan
God.
line.
God. I have to pick one of the ones. Thank you for the money, friendly Frankenstein. Not groovy.
Christ. You know,
Go ahead.
the Duke,
Mhm.
his voice actor is on there.
Oh,
Just so you know. Just so
New
you're aware.
fundraiser! New fundraiser! I saw people comparing Ethan to Griffin. I saw that too.
That
He
was-
doesn't look anything like Griffin. Griffin's not blonde.
No,
Griffin's not thin.
but Frankie, listen, they're white.
No, they're just white dudes who are kind of like nebbish looking. Like, that's really it. They're just like white dudes who don't have like big shoulders. He doesn't look anything like. Stop comparing people to Griffin McElroy. And if you compare trans people to Griffin McElroy, I'll fucking get you.
Yeah, don't fucking.
Don't do that.
We'll
Don't
get
do
you.
that. I don't know why that's been a problem, but it has been.
Mhm.
Not for me personally, but anyway, so yeah, Ethan is just blonde, so that's like the doofiest thing about Rose, is that she just looks a lot like him, which is cool, but like I think she should at least have like weird flowers in her hair type motif. We're making the move over to folk horror is what I'm doing here. I will be transparent. We're just moving directly all the way. Side note, though, there is at least one time where Ethan has to be like, no, we can't do Wicker Men. We just put, I take it apart, we're not doing this, Oh, Rose's short hair would be super cute. She should have like curly, wavy hair like Mia, too.
That'd be cute.
Or like weird fungus curliness, I don't know, something.
Mm.
The Duke yeah, he's something of the village, and I think whatever he is, he just likes the stuff that people make. He likes the things that people do, and he's worked as this like lifeline, I feel like, for the whole time. And I feel like he is maybe not a part of the Megamycete, but whatever Mother Miranda did to the Megamycete, I always think of as being why the Duke might have memory problems about what he is.
Oh,
Like,
I like
take
that.
take of that what you will, because it's worth noting that the Megamycete is of the people it's been connected to. So right now, like by the game's time, it is comprised of all the people in the village. It's just that Mother Miranda made herself and her daughter like a priority by literally hijacking it, like forcefully, explicitly forcefully parasitized this grouped mind kind of thing. Oh. Ooh. Oh, Snail, that's an idea.
Huh?
John Bauer, the Princess and the Trolls style rose.
Ah, that's cool.
Fun fact, the reason why my name used to be a friendly troll online was explicitly because of this type of, like, Norwegian, Scandinavian troll concept.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, it was always a reference to those. Unfortunately, there was some strict definition drift on the internet. Hello, Killer Lesbian.
Hello.
We're doing an animation and draw thing tonight.
Yep.
And I'm mostly rambling a lot about Resident Evil 8. I have so many things. I'm still finishing that Going Under fanfic that I've been working on forever. That just, you know, the old autistic juggling act of, oh god, new thing, oh god.
Yeah. And we've been RPing some, which has been fun.
Yeah, we do these things. It's fun. I like writing Ethan, I will admit, because he's just like, there's something so funny about just like writing this very like he's just a guy.
Yeah, he's just some fucking guy.
He's not terribly witty and he's not terribly eloquent, but he is like traumatized, and he is like with the concept of him being like this connection to this massive space and time. Fireworks people.
Always fun.
Always fun and cool. And usually high volley tonight, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
This brain can fit so many things, but only for a second. Runs off in a gay little way to watch another movie. Yeah. Yeah. I think the other headcanon I have for the Duke is that I like to think that his mobility impairment isn't because of whatever Mother Miranda did. Like, I feel like his imagery could make it very easy to be like, and then whatever happened to the village is why he's like a really big dude, because his clothing doesn't fit. But I'm a fat person with mobility issues, where the mobility issues are mostly related to a pain condition. So I say he's just like this because sometimes people are just like this.
I'm writing with my left hand. Please continue.
Are you? Okay.
Drawing with my left hand too, so...
I'm hypnotized by the motion. This little creature coming to life.
Sorry, my drawing hand suddenly went numb, and I was like, okay, time for a break.
That's bad. That's the exact time to stop. Never, ever, 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 audience, work through a bodily limb being numb.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably just nerve damage, but you need to stop immediately.
Yep.
I say this as someone who has done permanent damage to my left hand by doing exactly that.
Yep.
It sucks. I know that this ain't new and everyone you ever hear from talks about it, but I feel like directly saying, like, yeah, I worked on a passion project of someone else's that wound up ultimately being kind of exploitative, and did, like, this specific damage to my specific hand helps to sink it in a little bit, I hope.
Yeah. Please be very careful with these things.
Yes. What if Duke is very proud of his tummy? I like that thought. Simply evidence of a life well lived, good sir. Yeah, do your stretches. I know everyone tells you, but also do your stretches.
Yep, I'm flossing my nerves. Whose pizza
We
is
love-
this?
the-
This is my pizza.
I know the one you're talking about. No, do not do the grab a boob stretch. Don't.
No.
Don't. That's actually a bad stretch. It will do damage to your hands.
Yeah,
It's
actually,
he just kind of made it up. Not to like talk weirdly about other people's
We were-
streams, but don't.
watching Valp do those stretches was like a horror show.
We were
I was
literally
like, no,
screaming.
No, your tendons, no.
Yeah. Rapid motion is bad for your hands. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Flapping your hands is more for stimming than for like doing stretches. I'll put it that way. Grab actual boobs. Do not do the grab a boob hand stretch. Don't
Yes.
worry about it otherwise.
Don't worry about it.
No, see, that's the thing. The Duke looks so fucking cuddly.
He does.
Just, to rest against his side. Gee, can you imagine? The comfort. The comfort.
Oh,
Ethan is so touch-starved. Which, like, by the way, we noticed there's only one pillow on the bed. I don't think, and also I pray to living God that I have decided that Mother Miranda was not replicating emotional or physical intimacy.
oh.
Because otherwise, that's a very different kind of fucked up that I don't want to. I'd rather not. I think it's bad enough as is. Because what that would lead to is just the idea that Ethan has been, as far as he knows, suddenly been dealing with a weirdly physically distant wife and hasn't been like, can you imagine Mother Miranda trying to hug you?
Oh god.
It would be bad. It would be bad. She's like the stiff out arms, pat. Like,
there, husband.
it's literally just that fucking 30 Rock joke
Yeah, with the broom.
where she grabs the broom.
I already got it away.
There, do not be a cry. And also we know that she avoided behavior that could make Ethan, like, realize she wasn't who she said she was. So it would make a lot of sense that she's just been avoiding stuff like that, because it would be a very, like, easy tell.
Mhm.
But that also means that poor fucking Ethan has been touch-starved for, like, possibly months!
Please pat his head. Please, Mr. Duke, I am
Please,
begging you
Please, like, this is what we are saying. Like to just be snuggled up against the Duke. Oh, just a little side hug, sir, please. A cup of comfort for the man's. Look at how much trauma we can fit in this guy.
nicely.
He's so touch-starved he tried to grab soup with his hand at the start.
Fuck. Oh, it's just a little
God,
warm.
yeah, that's right.
Delicious.
Hold up. She swatted him away with a tool.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't. I don't think. Does she ever physically touch Ethan through the whole intro?
I don't think so.
God, I wonder if, like, the texture of her skin is a giveaway, too.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Like, weird and wooden and the wrong, like, just. I feel like Mother Miranda hasn't given a shit about seeming alive for, like, the whole century, basically.
Yeah.
So I imagine when she's trying to be Mia, she, like, it's like touching a mushroom fresh out of the fridge, but, like, the stem part, all woody and weird.
Ooh.
Like, oh, gee, honey, Ethan, honey, are you okay? You feel clammy. Do you have a fever? No, it is just, I must lay down. I have the consumptions. It's okay, I'll be fine because of our modern medicines.
I love to have a
I've-
Robitussin.
Sorry, just for some reason I imagine her just grabbing something at random from the medical cupboard, like, no, see, I shall be fine, and she just, like, chugs a whole thing of Dayquil.
Fuck. Ethan, like, alright, Mia. Let's get you to bed.
No, I do not require sleep. I feel good, actually.
I've had one of your added vills. I will be fine.
Yes. Yeah. Direct me to your cocaine syrup, please.
Yes.
I take a ratio of 30% cannabis and 20% opium, and the rest is pure cocaine. By the way, do not ever take. I am making so many jokes about old timey Victorian medicine. It kills me that so many of them are literally upper downer mixes.
I know, what the fuck?
Remember, kids, keep your downers and your uppers separate.
Wasn't there a Victorian skating rink, speaking of fucked up Victorian things, that had like a bunch of meat frozen under it? So it started to rot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I remember that. Ugh.
People made many choices back in the day.
Ugh. God, and
Oh, and Snail points out additional reasons to want to discuss shared trauma. Yeah, you're right. If you have no reason to understand what's happening, it would just come off as an extreme trauma response.
oh yeah, that's true.
Which
Yeah,
would
I
also
think
mean that, like, he probably didn't ask.
Ethan's
for a
journal
long
probably,
time.
I think, out and out says something
That's
to that
right.
effect. Yeah.
No, he says, like, he's like, I know that Mia also understands, like, that this isn't right, that, like, we have to talk about this stuff and work through it.
Mm.
So I don't understand, because she did, like, this outburst at the hospital, which, interestingly enough, we never see. We see her have a outburst, but it's not at the hospital. It's, like, visibly in their house, I think.
Right.
I'd be very curious to hear, like, what that
Yeah, I
conversation
bet-
was like.
I bet it was something along the lines of, like, you know, she was nervous Ethan was gonna get clocked somehow.
Yeah. But also, like, hey, like, I could see her doing a big, like, hey, I know that, like, we're having this baby and you're worried about me, but I need you to, like, look after yourself because, like, you need to be a dad and you need to be okay and you went through, like, so much. Like,
Mhm.
that's kind of what I imagine also came in there at some point.
Oh, yeah.
And I do like, oh yeah, go eat some mashed potatoes. That's not.
Ooh.
Bring us some. Bring us
Please?
some, please.
Please? Please?
Uh,
Thank you.
in Branches Pistoles, there's actually evidence that she doesn't sleep in the bed because there's only one pillow on that sucker.
Well, okay, so
Bad evidence, admittedly.
there's one pillow on top, but there's two folded in the same pattern.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's still weird.
it is really weird. It's hard to see.
I think that's a fair enough concept that, like, she probably wasn't really sleeping in the same bed.
I also
She just
like
she just lays there stiffly and, like, leaves.
one side of the bed has a chair pulled up with a stack of books on it, and it's like, is that Ethan staying up and reading, or is that Miranda just, this is my human end table. I love to use
God.
it.
She's got a lot of Dan Brown novels to catch up on, so...
God.
Oh, thank you for the delicious potatoes. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
You can't see it, but Bug just eats, like, the whole potato.
Uh-huh.
So,
It's good. I'm Irish.
a good
We
skill.
do this.
she reads as he's going to sleep, and he just assumes she stops after he passes out. Yes, except I'm a mean person who reads a lot of romance comics. Thank you for the follow, Ode Kamal. Imagine him pretending to fall asleep just to check and hearing her get up and leave the room. Oh.
Ethan laying there like, I'm gonna get divorced. I'm gonna get fucking
Ethan just like,
divorced.
okay,
okay.
alright. I mean,
Well,
Mom said that marriage would be difficult, so...
oh.
Hey, actually, side note, you know what fucked me up that I didn't really, like, internalize on our first playthrough?
Huh.
The fact that Ethan and Mia are considered missing presumed dead in America.
Yeah.
So I joke, but I think Ethan has not and will presumably never talk to his family again. Which,
Can you-
remembering that bit, I love that Mitha blew the fuck up on Chris about it too.
Yeah.
Like, we moved here. We moved where you told us to move. We left everything. We let our family think that we're dead, and you didn't protect us at all. I love that.
Yep.
I wish that
So
that had
fucking
actually
good.
ended with more than just, haha! Fucked up, isn't it?
It's really makes you think. Well, anyway.
But I appreciate that Mia actually does, like, say it.
Mm-hmm.
I think, however, she should have punched him and stolen his guns, and then we played as Mia.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Like, he turns around like, okay, we're gonna lead you out. but just to let you know, like, if Ethan's been compromised, and then he gets hit in the back of the head with, like, one of those jars. I think we should have been Mia that whole sequence.
Oh,
I think it should have opened...
Cool.
It should have opened with Ethan walking in to, like, that little... Skip the whole sequence of him going through the village, because none of that did anything in the long run except get him into that underground chamber.
Right.
And we've already been seeing him, like, set up in weird little nooks in the rest of the town, so I don't think we need to show him making his way in. Like, have him do the, oh, Ethan, it's so fucked up that you're definitely dead. I'm not gonna go check, though. I will get revenge for you. And he walks in, and he's in the fucked up little underground area, and you're like, oh shit, this is where we get to play as Chris. And then Mia hits him in the back of the fucking head, and when he wakes up, you're Mia and you're holding Chris at gunpoint. And he is in, and I say just leave him in that shitty little fucking cage that she was in for months, and even though he was supposedly checking out the village, he never found, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Good job. Love how many civilians you explicitly didn't help, Chris.
Great stuff, Chris. Really cool.
It's the funny thing is, it almost wraps all the way around to being a fairly coherent critical look at the futileness of, like, Fed and CIA operations in other countries.
Yep.
It's this close.
But
It's
don't
this
worry
close.
about it. The good military is here.
No, they're the good freelance military.
And
The
you can
best
tell
thing
they're
in the
good 'cause
world
they're
is a
so quirky
non-
and funny.
a non-actually government overlooked group that just happens to work with the American government is always a good thing. Fucking, they're like the zombie Pinkertons.
Yeah.
Fucking entirely off.
Fucking Marvel movie out here.
Yeah, for fun. Oh, we have helicopters. Look at our cool models of helicopters. Don't you like our cool cannon and firing gun? Ooh.
And I say
Ugh.
this as someone who loves Marvel movies, so man, you
Yeah,
get some real
yeah,
fucking
I-
propaganda out of those.
There's the faint the delicious aroma of the taste of boot.
Yeah. Yumma yumma.
Yeah, which, like, that's the cut the Chris sequence, play as Mia instead, have Mia do her outburst, but it's with Chris locked behind bars and she has stolen all of his equipment. And then how much cooler would that see? And not to, like, oh, action girl tropes will fix feminism,
Uh-huh.
but also I think Mia should have gotten to get all the research shit and get the fuck out of there in a blaze of fucking glory.
Yeah. I also feel like cut the whole thing with having to aim the missile. That's stupid.
That was stupid! It didn't actually do anything!
Yeah.
They killed, like, one section of the fungus, but then at the end of the game, we see another big tentacle tree fungus with the actual glowing weak point on it. Chris, how many zombies have you fought? You should know that if you see the big writhy part that doesn't have the red spot on it, that's not where you shit. That's not where you hit. It's also not where you shit. Very rude.
Listen, there's no toilets. You want
There's
him to
so
go-
many toilets.
you want him
If
to
he'd
go in
actually
an
researched the
outhouse?
village, if he'd researched the village, he would have
These
known
people
the
have not
culture,
invented
the
toilets.
people. Outhouses are fine. Everyone's just picky. I've actually used. It's shocking how many times in my life I've used outhouses. There are spiders, yes, but
Yeah.
like they're just doing their thing. If you don't have spiders, you got flies in there, and oh boy. Ooh.
Ooh,
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
the assassins who live in the toilet.
Also, I'm just say this nice thing about a house, you have, huh? Did you ever think about that? You have a cool breeze going through.
That's true. That's true. There are assassins who
Yeah, I
live in
mean,
the toilet. Do not worry about it.
No. Only spiders, and they aren't gonna hurt you. I can say this cleanly. I have used many outhouses, and I have never got bitten by a spider even
And
once.
Freaky has not been assassinated. Do not worry.
No, the toilet assassins, if you just leave them alone, it's part of the natural ecosystem.
You will not go down this now.
Curse my speech impediment for causing this train of conversation. Yeah, I'm enjoying this frame a lot too, Arsene.
Oh, thank you. This was
Oh,
Frankie's
Yokai
idea,
Watch Music.
actually, I think.
Yeah! I'm a big fan of the cartoon joke of, like, eyes being visible through binoculars, and it's actually gotten only funnier now that they're mayo jars. Oh, Porta-Johns are the worst.
Oh.
On the scale of toilet solution, Porta-Johns, like, all the problems of a porta-potty with a chemical aroma and no breeze. And also, it's been used by, like, 30 drunk white girls.
True.
Not,
Yeah,
you know,
those
all
things
love
are
to
fucking
any
awful.
possible white girls in our audience, but, yeah, y'all know.
This is a white girl friendly chat. You are safe
It's
here.
true. It's true. Tip us though. Anyways, this animation is for well, Bugs knows best. I should let you explain.
So, you know Half-Life Full Life Consequences, the funny Half-Life fanfiction story, what was adapted into a YouTube video? So we are part of a group reanimating it. I have a section. Let me show you my section.
Oh, this is a good place to do that actually, because we're close to our first break.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, we're taking 2 breaks during summer, folks.
Yeah.
Alright.
We had to restructure because it's all.
When John Freeman got to where the screaming was started, he found his brother, Gordon Freeman, fighting the final boss. And Gordon said, "John Freeman, over here!"
Pretend where Breen's flying around, there's a tiny Gordon shooting a gun. That's coming in later.
Mhm.
So...
Yeah. Man, that the little wobble forward came
Oh
out
shit,
great.
Puzz!
I'm paying my white girl tax.
Yo, thank you, Puzz.
Thank you, Puzz. Thank you for paying your white girl tax.
Very kind, Puzz. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Puzz.
It's just responsible. Yeah, I think this is gonna turn out really dope.
I hope so. Thank you. I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm learning. It's a learning one. I've resigned myself to it was a learning one with this one. So
I
you should
I think it'll be good.
look. I know the 2 cakes thing, but you should see some of the other stuff coming in on this project. Holy shit!
And your work will be part of what makes it great.
Listen though. Whoa.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
It's
so cool.
an animation collaboration is always at its best when there is extreme like personality and difference between each section.
That's true. That's true.
If everyone just came in and like stayed on model, it just wouldn't be any fun.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Which, oh man, I know we've brought up the Frontier Psychiatrist music video Reanimated a lot,
Uh-huh.
but we're doing it again. Because I think all the time about the bit at the end that's done like a hand-carved, like, wooden puppet show or like cuckoo clock kind of bit.
Yeah. Damn, that's cool.
That's so cool.
Oh,
Yo, Raven Bonifoy!
thank you, Raven Bonifoy. Very kind of you.
Your
Oh,
tax!
55. Time. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Very responsible.
Oh, actually, there's one thing I wanted to show you guys tonight real quick. Oh, a driftwood.
I'm not sure if I'm a girl anymore, but I wanted in on the white girl tax bit.
I'm not sure if I'm a girl anymore, but I wanted in on the white girl tax bit, says a driftwood. Thank you, a driftwood. There's actually, something else.
Also, real quick, good luck with figuring that out. Even if at the end of the day you feel like you still align with like the gender that you've been presenting as before, going over it and examining is extremely cool and tough to do. So good job, okay? Whatever happens at the end of it, you'll have a lot of support and you'll still find love in this community. Anyways.
Real cool person, Smug Ladies. Their home was kind of broken into and they were attacked. I put a link to their GoFundMe. They need to get to a safe new home in the chat. If you hit ! SL for Smug Ladies, you can have that command come up again. Please consider donating and helping them out. They're trying to get to $10,000.
They're in a really rough situation, but they're like already so close to like being able to just bail on
Yeah.
being in a literally scary and life-endangering situation. This is literally the kind of like community support that the like gay community like weirdos have always rallied around, like literally since time fucking immemorial. So
Thank you, Raven Bonifoy. You already donated. Thank
yeah,
you, thank you.
and if anyone like if you can't monetarily spare money for this kind of thing, for donating for us, for helping like this situation out, don't worry about it. We all got circumstance, you know.
Yeah, for real. But please consider helping out if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we're if nothing else, we're both in like fairly like safe homes. We're in safe homes.
Yeah.
So we want to turn our attentions when folks don't got that.
Actually, I'm gonna change this color here. I think maybe this would work. No, that's not quite right. What about this? No, that's not quite right either.
We are at 10 though, so you're. Do you want to finish this before we take our break, or do
Yeah.
you want to like pause? Yeah, we'll finish it first. Easy enough to do.
It doesn't.
I think darker is gonna read better for how fast it is, but I think if you could lighten up the mayo jar behind it, maybe.
I'm trying to figure out if the white of the eyes makes it too obvious that I'm using yellow for white in this. I think it is.
Yeah, try a pass of it with it as like the lightest possible value of
Red eyes? Maybe blue eyes?
Let's try blue eyes.
Oh, I kind of like that. That looks weird.
Oh yeah, I think now we're getting into that like the Psychonauts, the Yugo type grind.
Alright, fuck it. Let's go with this.
I think that works because the problem I was having before was that the eyelashes felt like we were losing them a little bit.
Yeah, I
But
feel
like
that.
redoing that would be a fucking nightmare. So
Yeah, okay, so I can work with this.
yeah, I think so.
It does look like Gordon's pointing at his crotch, but that's okay.
Well, such is, life.
Yeah.
Luckily, when it's actually in the project, it'll just move immediately to someone else's animation, so...
That's true.
Good night, Ruby Bloom.
Good night, Ruby Bloom. Thanks for hanging out.
He's pointing at the timeline, it's okay.
God. Alright, that looks fine against the background. Cool.
Alright, so
Let's hit a break.
we're gonna take a quick little break. If y'all have been sitting for a while, get up, get a glass of water, have a little wiggle. I need to be clear whenever I say have a little wiggle, that's because that's literally what I just do sometimes, just get up and have a wiggle.
Really?
It's good, it feels fun. Try it out. Honest to God. Try just like rocking back on your feet and like doing a weird little wiggle that would have gotten you yelled at in school when you're standing in line. Like, it feels great. It's a good time. We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you soon.
See ya.
Oh, I'm not talking. Also, my gender is man, like very specifically, uh, you know, and a little bit space dandy, maybe 50-50 even, tragically, unfortunately. Space dandy's not a, you can't help what you are. Man, parentheses, sparkles, and also pompadour. And also monster.
Hi. I have lychee.
Oh, fuck yeah. I was finishing off my little bowl of deli turkey and pickles, which the Kirkland deli turkey is actually really fucking good.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, it's like a little bit fatty. It's texture. Ooh, ah.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Alex Winters always weirds me out because he looks a lot like my dad, but white.
Really?
Yeah, like minus my dad broke his nose and then got it fixed and then broke his nose again.
Oh, very nice.
The guy in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures who isn't Keanu Reeves. Don't worry though, my dad's a pretty decent gender as these things go.
Good.
See, I bought myself recently as a little treat a little box of San Pellegrino's like fruit beverages, but it made it just the grapefruit.
Ooh.
A grapefruit San Pellegrino, the full like soda fruit like combo one is the best one.
Nice.
I will not cede this. The lemon ones are good, but they're a little bit too acidic. They're like a little bit harsh on the old tummy. I like saying tummy because it's distressing.
I peeled this entire lychee without spilling a single drop of juice. Please give me a
Oh,
trophy.
fuck yes. Fuck yes. We need applause. We need applause.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm savoring my delicious. The grapefruit is perfect because it's sweet and just a little bitter and just a little sour. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Your gender is Gonzo and Gonzo-like characters. That's a gender.
Mm-hmm.
I think technically that's a whatever, but it's Gonzo specifically, so I feel it. I think a lot of Fraggles are like, if Gonzo is like an exact middle point / nothing, like he's not on this, like they're not on the spectrum, like Gonzo's off somewhere. Fraggles are almost what you get if you lean a little bit to the binary one way or the other from Gonzo.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, Boober is he, him, but he's also just a funny little grumpy shape in a hat and like a scarf. Like, and like, Red is like girl, but also she's just red sweater and way too aggro about everything at all fucking times.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because then you also have Wembley, who is just anxiety and an Aloha shirt, and that's a little bit me. Oh, God. Oh, man, I gotta look up the lyrics to the Wembling song. That's one of my favorites. Oh, the Wombling song. My fucking mistake, Google. Well, when I'm Wembling west, I take the friend I like best, so we can wemble side by side. And when we're Wembling south, we stick a treat in our mouth, and we just wemble as we ride. So now it's doodly doo doodly doodly doo. It's diddly dop diddly doo, because a Wembling song can't go wrong. Yes, it's a Wembling on. We wemble most of the east and north, we wemble the least, but still we wemble, wemble, wemble all along. Come on and wemble, and you'll be just a wembling fool, 'cause that's the Wimble, Wemble, Wemblin' song. Oh, it's the best one.
That's cute.
It's so cute. All the Fraggle Rock songs are like either very emotional or extremely fun, but that one's one of my favorites. Tragically, the first time I heard it was, oh god, okay. If you ever need a good cry, the Jim Henson Memorial will get you there.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna top off my coffee real quick.
Sure thing.
Oh yeah, chat, my
Ew.
stomach's fully recovered, so I can have coffee at night and everything. Hooray! Okay, be right back.
Thank y'all. I'm glad you all enjoy my singing voice, because I just like singing. And so glad Bogues can have a little bit of coffee and chocolate. On the Jim Henson Memorial. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, it's a performance full of love and joy. It's like the best way that like I think any like memorial service could go. But it does have Big Bird being sad. And I don't care who you are. If Big Bird is sad, we're all sad. Snail says, sometimes if you ask me about my gender, I start talking about monsters and sea critters and scrubland and lichens and moss and bones and shell and antler and crafting things, and sometimes I just go none gender. I think I feel that. Snail and I are very similar in that we're both like weird, very specific biome people. We're just very different biomes. Ooh. I think you find Fraggle Rock on YouTube sometimes. It's, oh, that's a good puppet. Oh, look at this baby. Oh, look at his big old goofy eyes. Ah. What song is this? Let's see. Can I visibly see what it is? No, but I'll try to ask Bugs when they're back. Yeah. Newt in chat just shared a really adorable German puppet named Poldy. I think they're adorable and good. I should look this up. There's this one puppet character that's like super specific to Portland, who I think is literally just like a little hillock that's come to life. I'm gonna Google it a little bit. Portland local puppets. Yes. Oh, Portland has a puppet museum. No, that's not it. That's not it. Am I making this up? Oh, Poldy reminds you of Appleton? Appletons are good babies.
Hi! Oops, wait. I'm muted on Discord. I'm not moving. Hi!
Hi. Sorry, I'm quiet while I try to look something up because I think I have a half memory of a very specific regional puppet. So this is what happens if you leave me alone with the chat, I guess.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Yeah, well, I'll look it up again later. I remember where I learned it from, so I might be able to... I have too much knowledge about puppets in my head. I'm looking at the Steam summer sale and I've learned you can buy Jet Set Radio for $1, and anyways I have Jet Set Radio now. Why is per?
Good.
Ooh.
Jet Set Radio on PC controls weird. Brace for that. It's a good game though.
Good luck. I'm looking at the... Oh, that's a good fella! That's a good fella Newt just linked. Oh,
What you looking for?
I like that. I like that a lot.
What, are you gonna play through God of War again?
No, my nephew wants to play.
Ah,
He's never played through the series.
okay. Hi, my pops is here.
Hi, Pops.
Okay.
I do always like seeing a funny fellow that's a puppet.
Oh, let's see. Ah.
Who do you think?
That's
Yeah,
cute.
right. That's just a guy. Poldy was linked earlier from Newt too. Let me see if I can find that one. I'll put it in collab chatter.
Okay.
Here we get the fucking baby off the screen in collab chatter too. There we go.
Huh? Oh, that baby, right? Hey, chat. Did you know that the soundtrack in RE8 for when you're fighting the baby,
Engaging with, surviving.
has an undertone that sounds like a wailing child?
Yeah, it's a violin being played to sound like baby screaming. It's great.
It's a baby.
Good. Rad.
It's a violin being played, like very, very, very quietly. It's so good.
I think it's probably good that Ethan has committed, like in our concept, is going to commit to living in the village, because I think he's going to have problems with elevators.
Yeah, I think so.
Like sometimes you walk out of trauma with like somewhat unexpected things being what you wind up scared of, and I think that elevators are like a permanent problem now for Ethan Winters.
Yeah.
Yeah, these things happen.
Say Libby.
Office chairs. Yeah, the sound is honestly, we were talking about it, and I'm shocked at like how much this is a compliment, but the degree to which I don't remember the music of the game, I just remember the tone and feeling and mood.
Yeah, for real.
Like a lot of elements of that game like kind of mesh together, and the sound design in it is honestly gorgeous. Like I want RE8 to like win a sound design award, because like the music never overpowered the information that we were getting back from the game in the soundscape.
Yeah, I think literally like the only time the music became apparent was when we started getting into Heisenberg's area, and we got that kind of interesting like backward synth noise. It was very interesting.
Yeah, which it's cool because like I should like sit down sometime with like the music that's assigned to the different areas in RE8.
You know what's interesting? Donna has a really fascinating theme. Hang on, let me knock this over so I can look it up on YouTube. Donna RE8 theme. This is a theme that plays on the radio when you first get into her area.
Don't worry, Candied Nova. That little bug on your keyboard is different bug.
Here, Frankie, I'm gonna link it to you so you can listen to it. I'm playing it for chat
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a little man you've linked to me also. Hang on. Look at this.
See.
Take it in.
I'm trying. My internet's fucking me. Fighting. Oh, wow.
Right?
Huh. It's folk music.
Yeah.
Oh, she really is from the village, isn't she?
Yep.
Oh. I actually kind of dig this, honestly.
Yeah. This is Angie Benvenuto, the little doll's theme from Resident Evil 8.
That's right. It's Angie and Donna. Which I really do think the doll having her own name is implicative.
Yeah. It's very good.
That rules. That's dope. I like that a lot. I'm pausing it now, but
Yeah. You get the gist. It's a good song.
yeah. It's a good like playful motif, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, like I want to go back and listen to like some of the soundtrack just to like pick up on themes. But like with the sound design too, I think I've watched like basically all of Scruffy's videos on video game music, and he talks a lot about how like part of what sound's job is in like these different kinds of video games specifically is that it also has to like communicate not only tone, not only like emotion and like action, and the music especially, but the general soundscape needs to tell you where you are, what you're doing, motion happening around you, sometimes like literally information about objects as you touch them or interact with them or just see them. Like, you know, like a very simple example, when you shoot the bells when you're in Lady D's castle, they ring, and that's how you know that you shot them.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, you're walking through water, so or blood, and there's a horrible slooshy noise. But like, the little details in that game of like the surfaces you're walking on, like the little touches, like everything else moving, the way it sounds as it moves, the background sounds. Oh, I love that a lot.
Yeah, honestly.
It's really well put together. I know I wasn't into watching them on stream, but I do want to watch those like bonus videos that came with the game sometime.
Yeah, for sure. That would be fun. That would be a fun.
If some of those, yeah.
Oh, thank you, virtual pets.
when you're looking for your brother, who is Gordon Freeman, but also you're tired.
Yeah, you are so sleepy.
Oh, Quasi-Stellar Second in Art says in RE7, the crystals making a heavy clink when you shoot them from their hiding spot. Yeah, that's some classic Resident Evil stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, okay. It's like the guys Splatoon music. I hear them beats.
This is
The best.
Yeah, Taco Subo, Valley.
I thought so. Octarian music always got them burbles.
Yep. The one that goes.
Newts.
Megalovania. Wow.
Oh, go ahead.
The one that makes it, yeah. You were saying that?
Newt says, by the way, I realized Ro developed skills swimmer because of the Kado. No, he's always sick when he gets out of the water. He's not fit to live outside of water anymore. Oh. Yeah, come to think of it, what kind of, like, swim bladders literally, like, communicate sensations back to the fish about, like, pressure and water conditions? That can't be comfy out of the water, can it?
No. Poor thing.
Like, that, oh man. Yeah, and the, it takes a village concept, I kind of imagine him moving semi-permanently to being aquatic. Because, like, I think being out of the water hurts him. I think, like, him in a bad water environment is bad. So I imagine, like, while there's still lake, Heisenberg helped, like, a really giant tank for him.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, you know, get a little TV projector going on in there, some YouTube.
Ethan, I thought you meant one of these tanks. Well, hell, I guess I'll just have to keep this one for
It's
myself.
never one of the... No!
Well, you gave me a budget. It's not my fault I misunderstood.
Now, see, I misunderstood what you meant by a tank for Moreau. Now, hear me out. I think he would enjoy being able to ride around with some... Disassemble it, or else I'm gonna crush it.
I've seen videos on YouTube that
Okay, I'm gonna step on it.
They're quite interesting. There's a fish, and it's in an aquarium, and they put wheels on it.
God, I just imagine that the more Heisenberg resists, like, eventually you just see one of those, like, giant root tendrils, like, slowly come down to pick it up. No, hold on now, I worked out on that! And honestly, the headcanon that Moreau was probably sickly before the Kado is probably true, because the one common thing between all of the lords is that I think all of them had something, like, quote-unquote, I think they all had a disability of some kind. We got a blood sickness with Lady D. Donna, also, this is, like, the best fucking song.
It is. I love it.
I see the Paper Mario music has made it into the rotation.
Yep.
Oh, fuck yeah. The desert songs have no right to fuck as hard as they do for Paper fucking Mario Origami King. Why?
God fucking bless.
Every
the soundtrack for that game is so fucking
reason.
good.
Yeah, like, oh my god, the fucking temple. Ew, Jesus.
Ugh.
Yes. What was I gonna say? Oh, so we have, fuck, the bit right there, though. God. Lady D has a blood illness, which I think is probably sickle cell anemia, but it could be something else. They're very unclear which one it is, which means because Mother Miranda is literally using medieval medicine concepts. So she's probably still going by fucking oh my god, they're the four humors. They're the fucking four humors.
Oh,
They're the
God.
fucking four
Yeah,
humors.
bile.
Son of a fucking bitch.
Sanguine bile.
Son of a bitch. Yellow bile. Gonna look at the four humors.
Found his brother, Gordon.
Yep. Son of a bitch. Blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. Son of a bitch, it's even in their coloration.
That's so funny.
That's so funny, they even match the stupid dry versus wet, cold versus hot thing. So the four humors was an extremely it was like, it's hard to overstate how much, if you hear royalty and blood sickness, it's probably porphyria?
What is that?
Thank you for, I think I know, I've heard this before. But it's a result from a buildup of natural chemicals. It's blood sickness.
Oh, okay.
But thank you for the specific information. I'm definitely going to look into that more when I'm not on air. Thank you, Ruble Beans. I'm going to cap that, so I remember actually. I have so much cursed knowledge. Are you kidding me, Puzz? So, the Four Humors was an extreme system of medicine that was mostly this was a thing in Europe. Hardcore. This was Europe. Like, in Britain, in Europe, across the whole way. Like, I can't give you an exact time scale, but, like, it was pretty big in the medieval times, and it actually stuck around for a long time. This was the idea that all of the body had... can we skip this song?
Sure.
It's a little lyric heavy. Oh, perfect. That's good background. Sorry, Banshee Strikes! It was just a little awkward to talk about the humors, too. So, basically, the idea was that, like, the whole, the human body is comprised of these four different, like, fluids, basically. Which, fair enough, you cut somebody open, there's a lot of weird fluids in there. And these govern various forms of health, and then that also got spun into, like, aspects of your personality, ways that diseases were, like, communicated, a lot of weird stuff. Snail says the Four Humors date all the way back to ancient Greece. That sounds about fucking right, Jesus Christ. If you've heard of bloodletting, that's where this is from, because a lot of the cures based on the Four Humors were often involved in the idea that you had too much or too little of one thing or the other, which is entertaining, because Lady D actually has to continuously self-medicate the form that she's been given by Mother Miranda by getting more blood in her. So that's literally medieval medicine. Well, Four Humors medicine. As Snail points out, it's much older than the medieval times. The medieval times actually were not as weird, and there's always like, everyone was covered in piss and shit and never bathed, and it was just rolling around in piles of dead. People bathed. The upper classes didn't bathe. The upper classes didn't bathe. General day-to-day working people bathed because not bathing feels gross. Anyways, what humors are the others? I think Donna is yellow bile, and...
Oh, I would have thought
Okay,
black
but
bile for Donna because of the black outfit.
The black outfit does work, but I'm thinking of the doll's yellow-white dress.
Oh, that's true.
Because her black outfit is supposed to fade back behind it. But what I have trouble with is that, is Moreau black bile or is he phlegm? Because my instinct says that Heisenberg should be black bile.
Well, I feel like he should be yellow bile because of he pukes so much.
Yeah, but phlegm is often... Oh, okay, how about phlegm for Donna, yellow bile for Moreau, black bile for Heisenberg?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I feel like personality-wise, that's a decent mix.
Yeah.
Ghost of Chris...
Galactic Mumu, thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. We is here.
Listen.
Don't be weird. Don't be shitty about internet nerds. We are all internet nerds. You're here with us. Oh, I forgot I was gonna start doing this. That's the sound of someone being muted. Yeah, that music was pretty sad. Isn't that the music from the Ghost Girl
Yep,
specifically
that is the
in?
Tea-Girl
That's
from Tulip.
perfect. Oh, the Ghost Girl in Tulip was designed to be a fucking heartbreaker.
Yep. I'm not very happy with this palette. I'm gonna fuss with it.
Yeah, well, how does that palette look like a big guy? Because remember, you're not seeing the color it's gonna be on.
Yeah, that's true. Let me finish up and then I'll see.
Yeah, once like this, because I think if it's not good, this is the time to fix it.
Yeah, that's true.
Donna is black bile because it tends to be associated with melancholy. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh,
I just
that's a
know
good
one of
idea.
them is. I just know one of them is like for super aggro assholes, and that one's definitely good old Carl. The Victorians were so mean. Well, yeah, but again, this is from all the way back in Greek times. Europe in general has history, and a lot of it's as it is.
I think all I'm gonna need to do is adjust his suit color.
Snail also says, my understanding is that soaking in a tub was what was rare. Yeah, that makes sense. When I'm thinking of, like, people washing, I'm thinking of, like, you have a bucket full of water and, like, a cloth. Because, you know, who the fuck is gonna heat up, like, a bunch of gallons of water if you're, like, living in the countryside taking care of cows?
Yeah.
But having poop and sweat on you sucks, so you also, like, go to the river and stuff like that. Yeah, the humors also correspond with elements. The humors, every now and then, like, some internet site that does, like, a lot of, like, pop culture type stuff will be like, did you know that the humors map onto all these different character tropes? I'm like, yeah, the concept of quadratic, like, 4 people with, like, very distinct personalities that map both to the humors and to the basic concept of elements is one of the most ancient forms of European writing. What of it? Every time I do something like this, all I can think of is Brian David Gilbert going, oh, yeah, you know, like, obviously we all think of the Commedia dell'arte. It's so obvious. And then the Victorians misinterpreted the bathing thing, or, quote, misinterpreted. Yeah, that sounds right. Good old Victorian history. Hey, listen, a group of 4 people with contrasting personalities, like, is really good to work with. Don't worry about it. It's done because it works. It's not even about, like, categories. It's literally, like, it's an easy way to write a script, and it hits very well. Like, it works. We could go by the writing approach and simply follow the Sailor Moon model of... Then you have 5 characters and a baby, and some cats. God. Hey, I was thinking too, like, while we were on break, you know what'd be really cute is if Duke got, I was thinking about the idea of him having other mobility devices that are, like, for walking around, because I was like, well, a cane, like, helps for balance, but maybe he'd need something sturdy. What if a big wooden carved, like, walker, but the type of the chair built into it?
Uh-huh.
But it's like a luxurious cushion.
Oh, that
It's
would be
all
nice.
carved of, like, dark wood with, like, decoration on it, and it's got, like, sturdy wheels, and, you can have Rose sit on it and push her around.
No.
And Ethan's always like, just use her, like, actual stroller, but she prefers the air, my good sir. She likes to feel astride a mighty steed. And it'd be cute, because then he can have a little sit to rest sometimes.
Yeah, I
if
think that's
One day in the future, when I can go out again, I'll probably be using a walker with a built-in seat sometimes.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, it's the only reason I haven't done so before is because it's such a pain in the ass to like take up space that way when you're disabled, but eventually collapsing ain't worth like social embarrassment.
Yeah.
So, if I ever get a trip out to like the Walt Disney Museum again, I'll probably use that.
Oh, that'd be neat.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
What do you think, red eyes or blue eyes?
I kind of like the mismatch.
Yeah?
But let me see both blue real quick.
Okay, sure.
Because, like, I know red would be, like, what makes sense, but I think the blue, the way that I can still pick out the pupil on it,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're
we
right.
gotta go blue. We
I'm
gotta
gonna
go blue.
fuss with the skin tone a little. I think it's a little too washed
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. And I'll be honest, I think Ethan winding up with, like, a cane, like, partially for balance reasons, would just kind of be nice overall.
Mm.
He took a lot of leg. I know he's, like, made of, like, immortal fungus, so he might not have a real reason, but also he's really sure he's a human dude, and he's pretty sure his joints should be destroyed by now.
I guess that's a good contrast, does it?
I think him being pale with the blue looks really good.
Yeah, you're right. I'm overthinking this. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that what you adjusted for the coat looks really good the way it does now.
Yeah, that reads okay from a distance. Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that, like, almost white pale you were doing with his face for a second.
Oh, yeah? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is a nice contrast.
Right? I think that, like, going for red to pop out against the blue is, like, what you'd think of, but, like, this, I kind of like a lot.
Yeah, you're right. Attack of the White Man. Yeah.
He kind of is!
I'm a little concerned it washes out the clouds, though. Though it could look so unnatural that kind of makes it work a little more.
Yeah, plus, like, does it matter if the clouds are a little washed out? The main focus of the moment is him.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna...
Like, it's important to remember that we're not gonna read this out the way an illustration gets read out.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna be moving. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
If you wanted to be safe about it, maybe, like, slightly pinker. A little bit.
Yeah.
Newt says, Yeah, I think red instead of green looks really dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, sorry.
Newt says, by the way, I mentioned this on Twitter, but let me just mention it here for chat. It's interesting that Heisenberg got the first name Carl of all the children. He's the one who tore himself somewhat away from Miranda's grasp, and his first name turns out to mean free man. Oh, Mr. Free hold on. This is not the white boy I ordered. I need to talk to the manager. This is absolutely unacceptable. Well, you're not exactly a tall glass of water yourself.
Thank you for the follow, Rosie the Alien.
Thank you for the follow, Rosie the Alien.
Oh, did you thank Lars the little guy for the follow, too? I think that happened.
Oh, I don't know if I did.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Lars the little guy.
Just a little guy.
Just a
Come
little
on,
fucking
come on. G-Man doesn't have talk to the manager in an evil way energy, but he does have has never once in his life just quietly eaten the thing that he didn't order.
Yeah.
He's very like, did they bring you the wrong sandwich? No, listen, I'll just speak to them gently about it.
Oh, there goes his entire face. Alright. Well, these things happen.
Yeah. Sometimes you lose a face. Half-Life Village, but the residents are evil. Honestly, Resident Evil and Half-Life's base universes are not that different from each other, because they're both effectively mid-science universes, which I kind of dig a lot, honestly.
Yeah, for real.
Heisenberg, if he knew about Half-Life, would build a Hev suit just once. It would be made out of disconnected parts that have nothing to do with each other.
I'm just like Gordon Freeman. I too am
I don't.
a complicated silent man.
I'm a man of science.
Christ.
I feel really empowered by his more intellectual form of shooting game. Hmm?
You're right. Oh god. Hang on. Hey Frankie, you got something
Yeah?
in chat.
I saw I had to mute a second because fireworks dipshits are back at it again. So, I see. It's been a while. It's been a while. Yes, this is normal looking Frankie, who's very normal and will not tell you any lies whatsoever. I have gotten a Frankie explains info incorrectly. I am looking directly at chat. What have you heard about the completely real Half-Life Resident Evil crossover? Well, this is a topic of some debate, because you know how there's always, like, some video game history that really only comes out through, like, rumors and, like, after it gets canceled? Obviously, we all know it took a really long time between Half-Life 2, 365 Dream Drop, and when they finally came out with Half-Life Alyx. So, like, it's like, I don't have to tell you all. I think, like, Half-Life 3 has been a meme on the internet since I was, like, still on Neopets. Admittedly, this means I was 16 years old, but, so obviously, like, when even just, like, the barest, like, you know, a Capcom dude goes and gets a sandwich with a Valve dude, and obviously, like, that gets a lot of news. Can Frankie incorrectly explains a cool snails fact? If you pay for both, I guess, but I'm gonna say not right now. Basically, like Capcom and Valve met, and like everyone made a giant deal about it for like ever. I think there's a Penny Arcade comic about it, and like you know, it's like earlier Penny Arcade
comic about it.
Yeah, like VG Cat's ass era news. I definitely think, like... Sorry, hold on a sec. So, like, you know, everyone was, like, speculating about it, and no one ever really expected to get news back about it, because, like, you know, presumably, like, it's Capcom, it's Valve, you look at the information, you think, obviously we're finally getting the Half-Life 2 pachinko machine that we've always wanted is finally going to be brought to life, we're going to see it. It's going to have the exclusive footage of Barney Calhoun and Gordon Freeman kissing if you get a high enough score. And then one of them drags the other out of the fire, like, on their back, and it's really dramatic. And it's like, why couldn't this have been an OAV? Like, you'd think. But instead, like, we finally hear, like, okay, so this was kind of in talks? And it's very interesting, because the whole thing is that it would have been, like, a new Resident Evil game, and you're playing this funny new character who's got, like, this gas mask on. And, like, you know, I think the problem is everyone had really built it up in their head that it was going to be, like, Gordon Freeman fighting zombies, or, like, a Resident Evil game, but with, like, head crab zombies. I don't really know how that was supposed to work, like, lore-wise, but, I do think it's very cool that we find out, that truly there were plans, they did want to do this. It was, like, actual attempts at representation to have Breen finally dating Albert Wesker on screen, confirmed. They're wearing wedding rings.
Well, Valve's always been a very brave company, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Valve does what it can. They always try to, like... It's not always, like, that great when they try, but, like, they got the energy in there. And I think it's very cool that Capcom finally was brave enough to say that Albert Wesker has a thing for DILFs. Not, like, good DILFs. Like, we're talking a C grade here. But yeah, the heart wants what it wants, and I think one blonde or pale-haired, like, horrible egomaniac with, like, a weird fixation on biological perfection and like no care about like their fellow man, but also they think they're much cooler than they actually are. Like, it makes sense when you really sit down. It's like the action man, the scientist, they kind of like work together, and you just know Albert loves listening to Breen talk about Soylent, like his favorite drink. The Umbrella Corps is coming out with a new version of Vanilla Chai Soylent, just, to make him happy. But then it kind of fell through.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Which is a shame, because Mark Laidlaw was really upset about it. I mean, that's why we
Yeah.
know it existed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, you all know I'm not a fan of Mark Laidlaw. I would fight the man if I could. I would throw him into a trash can and roll him into the sea next to where I already deposited H.P. Lovecraft's ghost screaming in a cage.
Parody.
Parody joke. A funny cartoon metal trash can that does not exist anymore and that I have not saved an extra of for Mark Laidlaw in the basement. Parody joke. But, like, it's nice that because of his weird tantrums, we finally get to see all of this information, like, really get spread out. Like, it might suck, and it's very funny to realize that Half-Life 3, as he wrote it, would have sucked. But, like, now we know, and everybody can stop debating that obviously the real crossover was going to be Cheryl, but, like, in Half-Life continuity, like, I get it, that would have been cool. It's like wanting Shell back. We're not getting Jill having adventures with Alex. Sadly, we do not. The art I know that was in, like, the development stuff that showed Barney and big, bulky, but not yet a shitty cop Chris, like, having a beer together was very cute, but I think that was just, like, personal development work, so...
I'm just so fucking sad the Fireman Barney outfit was cut. I would've
I know.
loved
It would have been nice, It would have been nice to see.
Nothing.
But I do think that the stuff of, like, oh, it is a head crab, but it has extra eyes and tentacles, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's more interesting things to do with the idea of a G-virus mutated head crab. Like, everything gets bigger and gets extra eyes on it when it gets the G-virus. It's a big frog. Ooh, it's not that interesting to have to fight. But I do think, like, it's sad because, like, the head crab centipede concept, that would have been a cool boss fight.
I like that a lot. It
right?
reminded me of the one
Just
in Kingdom
the
Hearts.
segments, the big oversized, like, figure of it, and what they did with, like, the underside, that reminds me a little bit of that one doll boss from is it Homecoming? Yeah, it's Homecoming.
That's Homecoming. Yeah.
Yeah, Homecoming was really one of those Silent Hill games that suffered for having to be. Maybe that would have happened. Maybe that's what went wrong. Is, like, it would have been a good game, but it wasn't going to be a great, like, Resident Evil or Half-Life game because of what they, like, had to do with the lore, which it's sad when that happens. It's sometimes projects just fall through, and even if they sound cool, like, it's one thing to look at the development art and it's another thing to, like, make the game. It's always really easy to, like, armchair dev game creating cycle. Do you all? I know you all like hearing the obscure lore. That's definitely true and for real.
What's wrong, chat?
I think that's all the info I got.
Yeah, sorry. That's all the info that's out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's really as much as we know right now. I'm gonna keep this little twinkle for a second, though.
But the Valve News Network, that guy's always leaking stuff. Who's to say,
Who's to say? Who's to say? Something else could come out. One day, you never know. A lot more, like, video game history is coming out now than, like, ever before. It's like, it is funny to think of the early... Sincerely, it is very funny of how much of early video game stuff is like, well, we didn't write anything down because you're just two dudes, with, like, some pencils and papers making a game on floppy disks.
Mhm.
So then, like, people have to go back and do this documentary stuff that's very cool.
Yeah, seriously. There was a series I was watching on YouTube for a while that was about that was really fucking good. I think the gimmick
yeah?
of it was like they took the game devs that they were interviewing to like a bar and would interview them there.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it was adorable.
I do like that a lot, honestly. This is a big part of why I really enjoy channels like Matt McMuscles and Scruffy, where they like talk about like video game dev on
Oh,
a very like
yeah.
nuanced, very neat way.
Yeah, video game history is so like there's stuff about Nintendo I feel like we'll never know. You know, some projects we'll never
Yeah.
know the dev behind.
Yeah,
It's such a
honestly, it is like it's a very weird situation. Like, I know I've talked about like Matt McMuscle's What Happened series a lot, and probably people are already familiar with it. But I think a lot about how like nobody else, like obviously there's articles and stuff, but making like a video format that's fun and engaging and really gets into these stories of like different development like paths is really great. Occasionally heartbreaking as shit, but like without it, I don't know if I ever would have really absorbed just how fucking brutal that what is it, the stupid Los Angeles detective game.
Oh, LA Noire.
Yeah, LA Noire's development cycle was functionally a pit out of Hades.
Really?
Like, yeah, the dev was just a constant like grind and deadlines, and it was crunch. It was crunch the entire time,
God.
to the degree where they were like just firing people every week, basically. Like people would
Fuck?
they would work people so hard that they burned out and then just fired them. It's actually became like a topic of like labor law issues in Australia.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, and it's like an interesting one to hear about because I feel like we're very used to like a bad game coming out of a bad dev cycle,
Mm.
that it's hard to think about like, well, LA Noire is like weird and unfinished and like has some very strange aspects to it, but it's pretty
Yeah.
and like it's put together decently enough, and it was like dramatic in the right way that people always like that stuff, but basically made by Satan. So
Mhm. Mhm.
we'll never know about Nintendo having a cryogenically frozen real-life Mario in the Nintendo Vault they planned on releasing onto the public during the Super Mario 64 reveal. That's true, but that's because he escaped.
Watch out, you're gonna have Nintendo spies watching you now. Did you hear about that, by the
I
way?
lit- Oh, no!
Yeah, it was, the person who took part in the big Nintendo data leak, a while back,
Mhm.
they, like, literally hired, like, spies to find this person. It was just the weirdest shit on paperwork, like, the PI
Now there's-
for it.
I was gonna say, now there's a fucking detective story.
Yeah.
I knew him from the moment he walked in. It was Doug Bowser. And he
Right.
said, I got a case for you. And I said, I'm out of the game. You can't do this to me again. But then he put an offer on the table I couldn't refuse. It was Mario's head. Anyways,
Christ.
joke parody. Sorry, Doug Bowser. It's just that you're the one person whose name I can remember reliably. Thank you for the very funny sense of humor about your name. Please import Mother 3. Please?
Oh,
Please?
definitely it'll happen.
Please?
Definitely.
Anytime now. Oh, I've given up. I've given up.
Oh, Bug's a little quiet. Sorry, hang on, let me move the microphone a little closer. Sorry about the noise. There we go. Hi!
Hi. Now we have bigger bugs.
We do. Hi. Hello. Hi. Can you tell I've been working
Yeah,
on
this-
this for a while?
Bugs is like coming so close to the finish line. Like, we were probably gonna have like this type of a stream at some point, no matter what. Because Bugs like just, in part, this is like, hey, let's all keep Bugs company while they repeatedly do the same, but not so much the same that you can just do it on full automatic.
Yeah. I was joking with my dad earlier, like, I hate the fucking bitch that boarded this and made all these sign language and fucking robo-suits me. I'm who boarded this. Me.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like that when I'm like writing something and I write something where it's like he knew he had to figure out the exact right thing to say, and then I look back at what I'm like, I have to write that, bitch. Ah, ah, shit.
Fuck.
Right. Or worse, when I write, sometimes to just move past something, I find it very helpful to just like write yourself a note if you can't get like, I like parentheses. Hey, this bit needs to like, I don't like. We need to fix like what his motivation is for this scene, but we'll do it later because now I just want to like write the rest of this first draft, or like add a comment about thing here. And a lot of times it's helpful, but every now and then, like, you son of a bitch. What do you mean? What do you mean? This must be a Splat 1 song. I'm not that familiar with it.
Yeah.
It's the girls, I can tell.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing of getting really obsessed with Splatoon from Splatoon 2, is that I can recognize Callie and Marie, but I actually haven't heard that many of their old songs.
Mm-hmm.
Arsene says, develop this later. Oh, thanks, past me. That's so helpful. At least it's better than forgetting to do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, well, you're already this far through. I was just thinking it'd be funny if his pupils dilated when he got closer to Gordon.
Oh god, I'm not doing any more fucking...
No, of course not.
No. But yes, it would be. It would be. I actually have...
No, you're
as he
putting a
goes-
coat of paint on the car, and I'm talking about something that could have been done with the muffler. Ignore my ass.
I actually have in a few quick shots, as he's like rising and falling, his eyes will lock on where Gordon is.
Oh, that's
So,
great.
right at the
That
top,
rules.
Right there,
That's a nice touch.
here's
I like it a
weird
lot.
scene. There's another one I think. I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Looks like it's right
Oh,
about
there it
here,
is.
honestly. Yeah,
Right
there
when
it
he
is.
swoops. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I like it.
Thank you.
Haunting. Haunting. See you, Cyberfire.
See ya.
Puzz says, I'm pretty sure I've left myself notes like, you'll know what this means. No, the heck I won't, me. Why would you do this to us? Yeah. Yeah. Playlist loves the Silent Hill
Playlist
music.
fucking loves Silent Hill. Today, like, I had it on in the background while we were on call talking about stuff,
Mhm.
and the fucking theme of Laura just
That's right!
kept... oh, God. I'm just sitting there like...
Playlist is like a funny, like, okay, so my parents' pet dog Guchiko, who is beloved old, like, our anxious man's, like, he'll get antsy if there's not background noise on, so sometimes they have to put on music, like, just for the dog, basically.
Aw.
That's the playlist, but with Silent Hill music. Playlist saw this breen and went, I see you're fighting a Silent Hill horror construct. Here's some tunes.
Fuck. You're right, Puzz. You're right.
It's helping. It's so helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. Very helpful. So cool. So cool.
It's very nice. Very
So
cool. God.
The other reason
Okay.
I'm doing this one
Yep.
by one instead of coloring every frame is because I know I snipped a few frames too, so I'm trying to eyeball which one so I don't fucking color something
Ooh.
that's done.
Yeah, that's smart. It's a thorough way to do it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is how
Oh, speaking of Splatoon music.
I checked the animation. I have a little flipbook style with the file previews here. And you can see all
I
my
think
funny
that's a-
file names. When John and John saw, HLFLC saw his brother. That's how I split up the thing. It's very cool and organized.
I mean, it works. It works.
Does it?
It's working. It's working.
Does it?
The car is running.
Some... You're saying that?
Oh, I totally forget.
Sorry, pal.
I think I was... No, I was just ramping into, like, talk about something with Resident Evil 8, and I don't think I had anything yet. Oh, there was... Oh, okay. What fucking Sesame Street Muppet do you think is Ethan's favorite? because he's a dad.
Grover.
He's gonna wind up watching a lot of Sesame Street with his kid, and also he's the right age where he was probably watching like Sesame Street when he was a kid. He's not like much old. Is he the same age as us?
Yes. Grover, but a
Oh.
mysterious attachment to Oscar the Grouch he can't quite explain.
See, I think Grover makes sense, but I could also see him having like a lingering like affinity for Big Bird.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Because Big Bird and I think that'd be a good match because like Big Bird and Grover both got that like gentle soul kind of feeling.
Uh-huh. Big agree.
He probably enjoyed Elmo in general, but wasn't necessarily specifically an Elmo kid. I would like, however, to throw my hat in that he was the weird that he kind of liked Bert and Ernie, but then later he was like, "Oh, I'm bi, okay."
I like that.
Yeah. I could see him having a fondness for Zoe. He would have been like a kid at the right time, but
Oh, yeah.
Zoe was a little bit past my time.
Yeah, same.
Hmm. A little bit of a younger beat. God, the other lords watching Sesame Street would be... I feel like Ethan would encourage that, because he's like, okay, like, you all have, like, presumably the Mother Miranda influence has been worked out enough that they're not, like, inherently murderous, obsessed, and, like, able to have their own minds a little bit more, but also, you all need to, like, learn some lessons about, like, sharing and being polite,
Now,
so...
I don't know that you guys so much know about, you know, how to interact with other people, so I've got a show here that'll help you guys learn how to socialize with people. My Little Pony.
Shut up!
My Little-
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! We cannot introduce Carl to My Little Pony, and he would know this.
What lesson do you think Twilight Sparkle should have taken away from this episode, Alcina?
He would never shut up. We can't do this. There would be a fucking mechanical Applejack.
Yeah, he would.
Right.
He would build a metal effigy
Right.
to Applejack. You're right. She's a hard.
But it breathes fire.
God. I think that Fluttershy should have stayed mean.
God, it would have been better for the character. They solved her problems too fast, Ethan. I think releasing Ruble Beans is releasing wasps on us. Ruble Bean is a
right
good
thing.
plan. I do legitimately think like Sesame Street,
Uh-huh.
maybe some like Mr. Rogers episodes because Ethan just likes Mr. Rogers. I think in
Yeah.
general. I think Ethan panic watched a lot of Mr. Rogers like before Rose was born.
Oh god.
He was kind of just shotgunning episodes.
It was like that and how it's made.
Yes, just like anxiously watching how it's made. He likes the episodes where they show a lot of like factory machinery running.
Great. Wow. Fucking Automod
I don't
caught-
think Dirk's.
Yeah.
I think Dirk is not actually censored in our chat. But like okay, Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, and I want to say Bluey because that like right now is kind of the thing a little bit. I still need to watch some Bluey. I've seen some short clips of it that I really liked though. Like the episode, for some reason I've seen part of the episode where like Bluey makes a friend while they're like out at the beach, but it's a kid that like she couldn't meet again.
Uh-huh.
Very cute, like very sweet for like, well, sometimes because like that's such a little kid memory kind of thing, you know, like the friend you made like one afternoon while you were like out on a trip kind of thing.
I used to know someone who worked on it and hid Sans Undertale in it somewhere. Yeah, there's like one of the dogs is having a tea party and one of the plushes is just Sans.
That's really good. That's really good. Yeah, my sister, her kids watch a lot of Bluey, especially because Bluey is like an older kid, but still a little kid with a much smaller sibling, and that's like my niece and nephew's situation.
Oh, that's sweet.
It's good for them.
Yeah.
which also means that my nephew's nickname is Bingo after the little kid from that show.
Oh.
I will probably never call my niece and nephew anything approaching their real names. They're probably just gonna be like Scout and either Bingo or Bubba because those are nicknames.
Oh. That's
They're
cute.
good kids. They're good. She is such a cute big sister.
Aw.
She's like 6 or 7 right about now, and like he's like a big toddler. And I don't mean big like old. I mean like Rose is big,
Oh wow.
like literally.
Yeah.
Not as big, but I told you about him hefting the 8-pound medicine ball and just running around with
strong
it.
baby.
It was very funny though, because he lunged at his dad, who was sitting on the floor, and my parents reported later that they were in position to hear my brother-in-law mutter, "Every time."
Ethan
I
with
feel like that's
Rose.
very Ethan and yes, Ethan and toddler Rose. Just like Rose picks up some like really heavy object and lunges at him, and he's like, "Every time." It's not like violence or anything. They're just babies. They don't know. They don't understand. You gotta watch out when you got a strong baby, I guess.
Yeah. Oh God.
And, like the most hilariously cherubic baby too.
It's so funny when you run into a strong baby because you figure
Yeah!
it out when they're grabbing your finger and you can't get it back.
And you're like, ha 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 ha. Oh
Help.
no. Yeah, I feel like at some point, like early on, like Donna or Lady D like give Rose their finger to play with, and Ethan's just like, oh, you're get comfy. Whatever do you mean, Ethan? I know she's powerful, but she's simply a baby. Oh, Rose? Rosemary, oh dear. Rose will just straight up, like, dangle off of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they can't help it. Again, like, okay, so my niece, Scout, like, when she was a baby, she was so ready to move. Like, even as I stuck around to like help when she was a very new baby, which was wonderful, honestly. And like she was such a funny little like she was constantly practicing to crawl. She would like move her arms up and down and her legs, and she was like done with this immobility BS like immediately. She was fucking on the move. But in practice, this meant that holding her resulted in her gently punching your face, like in the jaw, over and over again. And it was the funniest thing. Because, like, she was still a baby. It didn't really, like, hurt. It was just, like, having a tiny little fist, like, hilariously nudged repeatedly into your jaw, like, while I was typing on my laptop and, like, holding her.
Oh, that's cute.
Also, whenever she did tummy time, she would, like, furiously wobble around, like, trying to army scoot, making the most upset, like, annoyed sounds. It cracked, like, eh! And I'm like, you know what? I feel it. I kind of feel it. Welcome.
My, I guess my step-nephew, I would say,
Mhm.
AJ, did a lot of that, like, anger dragging crawling, but also, that kid is, like, he zeroes in on a fucking nose. It is something to pull.
Oh no!
Yeah.
He found the funny toy that's on everybody's face.
Yeah, well, so, okay. Speaking of something like that, my mom told me a story recently about me when I was a baby. That to sit up when I was on my dad's lap, what I like to do is grab fistfuls of his chest hair and yank.
Oh no!
So...
Oh god. I'm just thinking like a baby doesn't weigh a lot, but it's also not. It's like a large flour sack worth of weight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hearing someone's niece did that. Someone in chat did that. Oh god, poor Ethan.
Oh, you think Ethan has chest hair?
Not anymore.
That's true. That's true.
I mostly just mean in general. It's very funny to like talk about like how little babies are, and I'm like, oh. At least because he has like weird fungal connection, like I think it's not mind reading. I feel like he just gets a sense of how she's feeling sometimes, like if he's like looking for it. He gets a slight warning right before she tries to like baby like toddle directly for the duck pond.
God.
Or like she is about to like try and put Heisenberg's hammer in her mouth again.
Yeah. Ethan, a little rest is good for a baby.
That is, I do not know where you get these things from.
It builds character, Mr. Winters.
Everybody has to get a tetanus shot eventually.
Why not now? Why
God.
drag it out?
Ethan just like, oh, you want to stick the baby with a needle? You want to undergo the psychic damage? Huh? All right, we have a volunteer to hold Rose the next time she needs a booster shot.
No, I am.
Now hold on. Now I never said. Oh.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, the man with long hair regrets his decision immediately.
Oh my god. This is why. Okay, now we have a good excuse for the design modification to Heisenberg I keep thinking about, which is to pull his hair back into a ponytail and shave or at least trim evenly his awful beard.
Ooh.
And
he'll
I'm
look
just
like that guy
saying-
from The Witcher.
Right? Shut up. Then he'd have a jawline, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because he's got a nice jaw. But also it'd be very funny if it happens because Rose, like, fully unevens his beard.
Yeah, honestly.
There's a rough incident where she's, like, having a tooth come in, and he didn't realize the pull strength involved.
Fuck.
Oh god! Brandishes Pistoles says, fun fact, I still have a little bald spot from so many younger cousins tugging at the same spot of my hair. And also hair twirling.
Oh, that's
God. Heisenberg just like, well, I guess I have to make it even now. Secretly behind him, Lady D attempts to feed Rose a cube of sugar as a reward.
God.
She's been training her! Now, child, let's play a fun little game of tug the scarf tied around Auntie's face.
Fuck.
Tug so hard. Oh, who's a strong baby?
Oh, God.
I like to think that those two still have, like, some friction. They're just not trying to kill each other, but, like, personality-wise, I think they're always gonna be a bit like that. Oh, God. Also, now we got that Paper Mario music that do go hard, is the thing.
Yeah, real good stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, Heisenberg is definitely, like, the fun uncle who's, like, slightly worrying. He's building the, like, he's gonna build Rose a skateboard, but it's got, like, rocket boosters on it.
God.
She gets a BMX bike.
Ooh, chai latte. You know,
I wish I could make a chai latte.
My mom makes a really good one. I might have to be like, Mom.
Ooh, yeah.
Mom, I'm having my
I'm
backache, please. God, please, Mom. I've been doing that. I got a coffee out of it today.
Hey! Honestly, like, I do love chai, but I'm very picky about it being, like, if it's too... I can't handle the ones that got, like, black peppercorns in there.
Yeah, I feel that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Also, I don't like too much ginger.
I'm a sucker for the instant mix ones.
The instant mix, it's good. It's a good time, but also I do
Yeah.
like a little actual, a little like chai
Yeah.
tea mix that's like
Oh,
done
man,
with
you
the
get
loose leaf.
allspice in there. Ooh,
Yeah.
wakes
Oh,
you
you
up.
gotta have a little like the star anise. Ooh.
Yes.
Oh my god, did you see that video on Tumblr that was of like this Chinese hot
Yes.
pot? Yes. Oh my god, it's this Chinese hot pot like mix base, like soup base. And oh my god, the video opens with like several pounds of green onions being fried in beef tallow.
Oh.
Oh.
I gotta watch more
Oh,
of
to
that. That one channel Holly keeps recommending, the Cooking Demystified
Yeah.
one. Oh,
Yeah, oh, I love that
so
shit.
fucking
I've
good.
been watching that channel. It's really fun. The voiceover style is very cool.
Mhm.
They introduce they talk about a lot of like neat stuff, and
It
they
makes
do a
me
good
so
job of
fucking
like
hungry.
they talk a lot about like, and if you don't have access to like this equipment, here's another way to do this that should like turn out fine.
Oh yeah, I like that when they did the peanut sauce one. They showed how to make the.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was cool.
Yeah. Or they did a version of that one kind of like chicken, but like, okay, we couldn't make it work for the whole one without like the
I'm
actual
with you,
gear,
buddy.
so here's
Oh
the chicken
shit!
wing
Hey
recipes.
Goof,
Yo, Goofcat, what's up?
what y'all do?
We're doing some animation tonight. Hello, Raiders! We are doing an art night. This is the night where Bugs draws something, in this case, working on animations. We're doing color work on it. And we kind of chat with each other, chat to the chat, as of course. And we try to stay on subject, not have too many side conversations, and all just gel and have a good time. And in this case, we're talking a lot about Resident Evil 8. So if
Yeah.
anybody needs to, like, avoid spoilers, like, here's your quick heads up.
Here, let me show you what we've done so far on this animation.
Yeah.
When John Freeman got to where the screaming was started, he found his brother, Gordon Freeman, fighting the final boss. And Gordon said, "John Freeman, over here!"
So that's where we are. Right now we are coloring Breen. He's fine, he's normal. And then finally after that I have to color this Gordon turnaround, which should be easy. And I have to give him arms that jerk. So he can fire his guns. 2 anti-tank rifles,
Right,
very
right.
normal to hold in his hands. I also
Extremely normal.
I have to put a little Gordon in here firing at Breen. So that'll be fun. But that's what we're doing. Hooray!
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hey, can we check something in OBS real quick?
Oh yeah, sure.
Sounds good.
Okay, and we're back. Hi everybody.
We're back. Had to fix a quick, weird Twitch backend thing. Did you know? Well, is it okay if I tell them what happened,
Yeah.
Bugs? Did you know VIPing someone cancels them being a mod? It turns out.
I accidentally, I was like, oh, I will give my friend Snails a VIP. And I accidentally unmodded Snails. Oops. So I had to fix that real quick.
Yeah. So that's fixed. I don't know why Twitch would have. You'd think Twitch would like have a pop-up that's like, "Hey, this is gonna unmod someone." Like, but no. No. So that's fixed.
Yeah, I had to take a minute to restore that. Frankie had to go, yo, you just fucking unmodded the mod, bro. Snail, could you do me a favor and type in chat so I can be sure you're a mod again? I'm so fucking sorry.
Hey, Snail might have like rebooted their computer or something.
Oh no. Anyway, so yeah, so that's what we're doing tonight. We're gonna be working on an animation.
Yeah, we're working on getting this coloring done. We're doing like passes, showing the animation, talking just a lot about Resident Evil 8 because we have the brainworms and also rejected the actual ending of Resident Evil 8.
Yeah.
Like, from that, I want to say like, it's very funny because like, it's not like the whole ending is bad.
Mhm.
It's just you hit a bad part, and then you go back to the fun and rad shit that rules entirely, and then the very, very ending, like, I want to say, like, only 10 minutes of the ending is, like, the bad part, too.
Wild.
It's very strange, like, out of the whole length of the game, like, how many sessions did we play of, like, 5
4.
hours at a time? Okay, so we did, like...
was 11 hours.
Yes, like, 4... Yeah, out of, like, 20 hours of gameplay, I would literally say that maybe only 1 hour total sucked.
Yeah, I would say that.
Which-
too.
That's honestly impressive for any media. I've loved much, like, more janky things
Good.
than that.
Snail has their sword again. Sorry,
Yay!
Snail. My bad.
Sorry! We didn't know that it was some kind of weird one or the other situation.
Yeah, seriously.
You cannot have both riches and the sword.
I just wanted to
I
give
guess.
you a nice little diamond.
Twitch said no diamonds. No diamonds. Only mods. But yeah, what was I saying just a second ago?
What percentage of Resident Evil 8 was fun?
Oh! Yeah, most of the game was entirely rad. Like, it did still have the goofy Resident Evil turn to action, but I think so long as you're, like, prepared for that, it's also still not as bad as when Resident Evil 7 decided it was an action game. Because, oh man, like I said at the beginning, there's a lot to love about Resident Evil 7, but it could have been a much shorter game that would have been much more interesting, because the 9 hours you have to spend going through the worst dude at your junior high's, like, saw trap maze was the worst.
Yeah, that part was a bummer.
And I'm just gonna say it, making you go through the same trap room twice, but the first time you die sucked.
Yeah.
It's boring.
Yeah.
The only thing it gets you is a little, oh wait, I know the answer to this, hee hee hoo hoo. Look, I do not have to die and get the clown doll. Like, I get the idea was that it was supposed to be shitty because he's a shitty person, but purposefully making your player go through something that sucks on purpose isn't that fun. Like, I only watched that game as an LP, and it was still kind of like that whole, like, it relied so much on, like, oh no, you are getting your arm fucked up, oh no, this big spiky piece of wood is going to kill and hurt you. You are getting killed and hurt. It just, it wore out its welcome really fast, and I don't feel like Resident Evil 8 ever really has that happen, because, like, Moreau's section is a very long
Holy
platform.
shit, thanks for the follow.
Yo, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Vectroid Live. I do think, like, the Moreau section got a little rough, and unfortunately the scares of it dropped as soon as we saw what happens when you die, and it's just like you get eaten by a big scary fish. And his boss fight felt kind of dire. I think his boss fight would have been fine if it wasn't for the platforming before it.
Yeah, I feel that.
I think it being gross and weird and pitiable and dangerous and oh god, you can just smell this boss arena would have been fine. Like, it never quite had anything like Resident Evil 7 where it felt like just nothing was happening.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we are going through the murder torture. And except the Chris section. As our scene accidentally predicted. But there's so much less of that. I was actually really worried that the Chris section was going to be really long. Like, while it was happening. It was so hard to gauge how much longer it was going to be.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just gonna say it, I know it was user error on our part, but I also think that giving you a weird, unique health item that you've never seen before made it so that we didn't recognize it in the briefcase. Like, maybe if we played more Resident Evil games, we would have recognized it immediately, but also what if you gave Ethan, like, one of those so that we knew what it was?
And yeah, I feel that, Adrian, that it was a shakeup from RE6, and that's for sure. But I think
Yeah.
it's kind of like
Oh,
that
yeah.
discussion we were having about Moon the other day, where it's kind of like where you see how the game has evolved since kind of impacts like how you approach the game now, you know?
I feel like it goes. I feel like I started this by saying I love Resident Evil 7, but
Oh, for sure.
at no point in this am I saying actually Resident Evil just sucks. It's just a useful comparison point.
Yeah.
I feel like I am being fair, if that's okay to say.
Yeah, no, of course.
Like, I. Oh, Puzz says, or even just use the stupid non-stop radio chatter to be like, hey, army friend, remember to use your funny health syringes if you get an ouchie. Yeah, that could have been nice. They certainly spent their time telling us how to use a laser pointer. It was so weird. It was such a weird, like, long run, like, after a whole game where Ethan spends so much time getting to, like, observe and look around and interact with the environment and, like, take in details. Suddenly Chris comes in and it's like, hey Chris, we're certainly doing this thing, and I'm your buddy, and we're military buddies, and like we are doing this whole extra thing, and we gotta point the thing at the big guy so we can blow up the big guy. Ha ha. Oh, all these monsters sure are scary, huh? Hey, what about that plot hole? Hey buddy, about that plot hole, Boulder Puncher. Hey, see you later, Strawberry Lemonade Gay.
See you around. Thanks for hanging out.
What's this song called? Oh, this is a classic of Splatoon 2.
Yeah, this is... Dun, 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 Broken Coral. Broken
Yeah.
Coral.
Otherwise known as the Splatoon 2 battle music that makes everybody lose their fucking minds.
Yeah.
And by everybody, I mean me. They're literally whenever, like... So in Splatoon 2, for anyone who, like, doesn't play it, in the Splatoon games in general, every fight will have a different, like, song that will play that's, like, from a random bank of songs, which are in-universe music from in-universe bands, which I love a lot, to be honest.
Yeah,
I love
for
that
real.
shit. And also, it's being piped into the arena in-game, too, which I just enjoy.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Although it does always make me think of squids, like, getting their ass kicked too many times in a row, just like... Oh, the timing. Whoops. But yeah, like, usually it loops, and then when it gets close to the end of the round, a special little countdown song starts. But I feel like every time that specific song comes on, like, that's when you gotta go bonkers, yonkers on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the in-universe artists and bands in Splatoon, that's my favorite kind of world building, where it's stuff where, like, maybe if that wasn't there, we wouldn't really care. Like, no one would be like,
Thank you
for the follow, Ozma J. It wouldn't matter if it wasn't there, but having it be there and having that be a background detail and, like, literally being able to see, like, oh, they are bands of this genre, and the fact that you can, like, get in-universe band merch,
Mm-hmm.
like, it just adds so much. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I love Splatoon because it doesn't answer. One of my, like, long-term pals, Prinksy Moo, was talking today about how Adventure Time is really cool because it answers so many questions you never thought to ask, and it leaves so many questions you have unsaid
Mm-hmm.
because the story isn't interested in answering background stuff that the main characters have no reason to care about. I love that in Splatoon, the world-building stuff we know is what would actually matter to the preteen main characters of Splatoon. Like,
Oh yeah.
like to 10 to 15-year-olds, like the bands that are really hot right now, and their history, and the clothing style they wear, and the food that you get at the truck, and like what the history of like all the different places you play Splatoon in game. That stuff matters. Why the world is flooded is like, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention in class. Like that's weird. That's like literally thousands old history. That's like it might be something we playing the game want to know, but like, do any of us know what happened environmentally that we live in like a couple thousand years ago? Well, probably. A lot of people in our crowd might actually know this kind of stuff, but you know what I mean. When you're 15, for sure, you don't really care about that shit.
Yeah.
Also, I have a personal fondness for what is it? It's that one band where it's like the Octarian and the Squid Kid guy, and their whole shtick is that they like hate each other
Oh yeah.
and they don't even talk when they record their albums.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
who they are.
Despair. like a DISS pair.
Yeah.
That's such a dorky. The pun. Oh, the pun.
That's cute.
I'm fond of those because like a friend of mine or two is like, oh, those are boyfriends. Oh, those are boyfriends, and they're right is the thing. Like objectively.
This is a smear frame, chat.
Yeah, love that smear frame.
That's why Breen looks a little sick here.
He is so normal. He is so normal. You should let him have more fruit gummy snacks.
Oh, okay, sure.
He has not eaten all of the vitamin gummies in the house. No.
He is not. They did not fuse into the ultimate Vitabrick that he then took a bite out of.
I am haunted by that. I am haunted by the visage of the melted together vitamin gummy block.
The fucking melatonin block. That's
right, it's the melatonin gummy
the
block.
nighttime sleepy snack. Yeah, yeah.
Where do you even keep that? In the fridge? Out in a Ziploc? Do you put it back in his bottle?
Just, like, put it out, like, on the desk after they took a bite every night.
Fucking Heisenberg core.
Fuck.
Ethan, all the vitamins are still in the gummy substance. Do you just want me to throw it out?
It's a perfectly edible loaf, Ethan.
I'm being efficient, Ethan. You know I have jaundice.
Christ.
Listen, okay, this is gonna be terrible, but I did think about it and I'm like, oh, if Heisenberg has been, I love that we literally don't know if Heisenberg was even turned as a kid or as an adult.
Theme of jaundice. God, Cuppy. Sorry.
Is he short because he had malnutrition?
Oh.
Like, I know that's a little bit grim as a suggestion,
but
it's also highly
right.
Like, he's the only one out of the group that like didn't get any kind of like Donna was already like Donna seems to have done pretty fine, but she also like lived out by herself. Moreau, I think, was already a young adult. I feel like is the implication because of his tattoos.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And we know he is literally pissy at Lady D because she's tall.
God, that's right.
It would be very sad and very funny if poor Heisenberg had spent a lot of time like, and soon I'll get my cool monster growth spurt. Any minute now.
Buddy.
Any minute now.
Hey, it worked out in the end. He kind of, he
he
played out himself onto the crane, so he had the power and height of the crane, if you think about it. Really. That's how
he
it
had
works.
to use it as like he had to create a metal skeleton for himself.
It's like how if you have a car with really big tires, you two are also big. It's
God,
that simple.
Heisenberg and Oleander are the same character. I refuse to elaborate or ever acknowledge saying this again.
Christ,
Fair.
Buzz.
Fair.
Hang on.
When you drop a curse like that, all you can do is throw a smoke bomb at your feet. I'm sitting this man down with a proper homemade meat stew. It won't fix the height, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's Yakuza?
Right? It sounds like a Mario 64 track, doesn't it?
I kind of was guessing Sonic, I'm gonna be honest.
Huh. Oh yeah, I could hear that.
Like a Knuckles area.
Yeah.
Right.
Mystic Ruins a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Puzz has been figuring out the Psychonaut speed tech.
Holy shit, Puzz is a fucking, like, savant at Psychonaut speedrunning. It's really fucking cool.
Puzz finally found out that Psychonauts is like a collectible game and just ate it like meal.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool. I haven't been able to watch because I've been so working on this fucking animation.
Yeah. Bugs for the last couple of days has been in like can't watch anything that needs any form of visual attention mode.
So I've been listening to Mira play RuneScape for like a few days. Thank you, Mirakuru, unofficial VOD team. You are saving my goddamn life.
Yeah, for fucking real. Thank you for your hard work.
Oh, Sonic Rush. Oh, I love Sonic Rush. You know, I have to listen to Ryan Chongo Show's Sonic Rush mixtape.
Oh shit, we just passed our second break time. We should pause here.
Oh shit, yep. Hey folks, break time.
Hey, we're gonna take a quick little break. We've been taking more breaks because it's hot out, and that literally like means we have to drink more fluids and
Yeah.
chill more.
Yeah.
We genuinely recommend y'all like join us once again. If you've been sitting down for a while, let's stand up a little bit, do a little wiggle, get a drink, get a snack, do a stretch. I'm probably just gonna eat some more of this turkey and pickles. See you in a little bit.
See ya. Hi. Hey, good choice, Snails.
Hey, yeah, big agree.
Mm.
Also, I'm voting for Village in the poll, but I do have to point out that I actually like Revelations.
What's Revelations about?
I'm unclear.
Okay.
I might actually just like Revelations too. I just know that I like the one where they're on the island and the island is like, oh, it is Russian, but then oh no, it was taken over by the scary lady, and oh shit, it's girl at Wesker. And there's a girl, and it's got the big guy in it, and it's got this cool like asynchronous co-op kind of thing to it. It's cool. I don't know, I like it.
Dang. That's rad.
It's one of those ones that was like really soaked in Resident Evil lore that I do not understand at all. But it did have a pretty cool reveal about like what kind of timeline it took place on with the different kind of gameplay sections, and it had like mostly female characters, which was kind of cool, honestly, like playable characters. Really, just the one dude.
Dang.
He's the daddest man alive. Oh, now we got jams on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hang on, let me pump
Yes.
this up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9 a.m. It's Saturday. You fired up the GameCube.
I am taking so many fruits. I'm collecting so many fruits
Mhm.
and selling them all to Tom Nook, and this is how I will pay off my house.
When Animal Crossing first came out on the GameCube, I remember it being... I got it for Christmas. My mom worked a second job unloading stuff off a truck just to get it for me. It was real sweet of her. Just to get the GameCube and Animal Crossing.
Aw.
Yeah. We got the game in winter, and you remember how dire it was in winter in the early Animal Crossing.
Yeah, there was not much to do.
So,
You could fish. You could fish.
the first time that I encountered a bee in Animal Crossing,
Oh no.
early on in the acres in Animal Crossing, it was possible for you to have trees that would sprout up in such a way you could not see what fell out of trees.
Uh-huh.
My character is shaking trees for fun because furniture came out of one once.
Uh-huh.
My character is out of sight. My character shakes something, and I hear horrific chainsaw noises, and something is
God.
happening to my character. I can't move my character.
God. So it's just like they're thrashing
Yeah,
lower body at the
yeah.
very top of the screen.
So I could just see like the tip of their hat wiggling under the tree, and then nothing. And then it's like, I got stung by a bee, and I'm like a child shaking. I'm just like, oh, a bee, okay.
The first Animal Crossing, like in America, it contained some very unintentional horror aspects that way. There was like, it was still very much in that like early 3D game space where like it was such an oddly empty feeling game sometimes because like in this game each like acre of your map was like one screen and they each loaded in like a little bit individually, so you'd like some acres would just have like trees and not much else and like no house in them or something, and there's just something interesting.
Yeah, it really did feel like living in a forest.
And the infamous gyroid face
Oh
thing,
god.
that was an intentional terrifying thing,
Mm.
but I think it caused more nightmares than they necessarily expected it would.
It looked so fleshy. I think to the American audience it was just like, what the fuck?
I think to any audience.
Oh no, for sure. But I feel like in Japan where there's more context with what the gyroids are based on, you know?
Yeah, the fact that they're based on like Hainwa statues.
Yeah.
And is like a specific clay doll. So it feels more like, oh, it's the curse of like the creepy clay doll. You have, and in America, it's just like, well, suddenly my character didn't have a face. So.
That's good. I did like the bushes you could run through that would kick up leaves and stuff, and the basketball. and
Yeah,
soccer
those were
ball.
cute.
That was cool.
I might have been thinking of Resident Evil Code. I was not thinking of Code Veronica. I was not. I'm going to the Super Best Friends fucking YouTube. Alright, here we go. Super Best Friends YouTube. I will find the name of the thing. I'm not crazy. I described the plot to this game accurately. It's like Jill and the other girl, but she's all grown up and they're at a fancy party,
Ooh.
and it gets crashed by like terrorisms, and they wake up on the evil island run by the thing. Oh boy, it's been so long since I watched any of these. I should revisit them sometime.
That'd be nice.
As I've joked before, Matt McMuscles kind of got me in the divorce, so.
Yeah, same.
Resident Evil 5, that's not it. The Tokyo Mirage Sessions was a weirdly good time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I don't know if I would enjoy playing it, but it was fun to watch. Sometimes games are like that.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that way about fucking Ultra Kill. Beautiful game.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
feel that.
fucking play
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
but I look at it. I'm
Absolutely
like,
not, no.
I feel like Ultra Kill might do good on like Switch. Just because it's very like, it's one of those games where I want to lay in bed and grind the buttons.
I feel that. I super feel that.
Then I will learn the buttons and I will know the buttons. There's a really cool mechanic in Ultra Kill that I like. There's a gun that shoots a coin, right? And it kind of like flicks the coin, so you hear like the ding. And if you shoot at an exact right time that the coin passes in front of your bullet, your bullet splits in two around the coin.
Oh, that's
So,
awesome.
If there are people who main that weapon, and you just have to get the rhythm right like every single time, and it's kind of cool.
God.
Yeah.
Okay, this might be an inefficient way to search for this.
Going Under is super cute. The music is great.
Resident Evil Island Girl Wesker Russia. Oh, maybe. Resident Evil Revelations 2, which is what I said it was.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's Resident Evil Revelations 2.
Oh, hey, you know how there was that wine bottle that was in, Ethan's place at the kitchen? Whoa, a little loud.
Yeah.
So, that wine bottle, the name translates to Red Queen, which is apparently something from the Resident Evil movies. That's kind of cute.
Oh yeah, wasn't the Red Queen the name of the, like, supercomputer that had its hologram was the shape of a little girl, and they're all like, why did you lock us in here? You evil AI, and she's like, I locked you all in here because a bioterrorism thing is spreading, but I guess if you want to kill everyone, go ahead.
Oh, really?
Yes, I don't know why I remember that, that is literally, for some reason, the main thing I remember from, for some reason, once having seen that movie.
Damn. Let's see. Oh, Virtual Pets, you got Going Under because of us? Hell yeah.
Yeah, fuck yes, that's wonderful.
Oh yeah, if you guys have the Game Pass, Going Under just came to the Game Pass, like, today.
Yeah, literally, it's on the Xbox Game Pass now. You can check it out with just, like, your basic Game Pass. I don't pretend to know how Game Pass works. I believe it's a magic token that you buy from Mr. Xbox, and then you can play a bunch of games on it.
Yeah, that's basically it, yeah. And every month it asks me, are you sure you don't want to play Sea of Thieves? And I go, yes. But are you sure? Do you like football? I don't like football. Are you sure? I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Steam never has any idea what to do with me, and it's
Oh,
very
yeah.
funny, because I've been on Steam for so long, you'd think it would know,
Yeah.
like, a little better, but instead it's like, you, like, don't starve, do you want to play a grim, realistic resource management game where you have funny gun?
The Frankenbugs effect Cuppy Dog's gotten 3 people into Going Under. See, we got into
yes.
Going Under because of Holly, so it's kind of like a
Yeah.
pyramid scheme at this point.
That's just how spreading an interest works, is like, you get it from someone else, and then you're like, literally, that was one of those things where, like, midstream I was purchasing it.
It's a fun fucking
It's
game.
like, well, shit, alright. It's a fun game, and that fucking the fanfic is being finished. I swear to God, I literally have 10 pages left. Finally, I'm at 23 out of 33.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Help. I think I've, like, steered it around, but it's definitely just that I have this weird habit where a lot of times my second draft is, like, pretty much a rewrite, but it's very easy for me to rewrite something, and I've been trying, like, I saw a thing on Twitter where someone was like, yeah, like, when I write scripts, I just remember that like writing a script sucks, but rewriting it is fun. So I just bang out like whatever for the first draft,
Oh yeah.
and then I have all the fun of like sitting down to properly rewrite it. I don't think I succeeded at that. I feel like I worried too much at the first draft, but I tried really hard to stop myself from like going back and editing while I was still writing the first draft, because that weird cyclical loop of just polishing the first part of something has been real problems for me before.
Oh yeah, I feel that.
So instead, like, I'm rewriting it now for the second time, and then I'll probably give it like one quick scan over for like spelling errors, and then I'm gonna slam dunk that fucker onto AO3.
Good.
And then get started on the thing I need to write for the zine.
Oh god, I still have to think up a thing for that HLVRAI scene.
We got time, and it's just a fic and an illustration each, so it's
Yeah.
not quite so intense.
Yeah, for sure. I just, my thing is like, don't do anything that anyone else is doing. I'm just like, the science team is,
Yeah, I feel like that's a rough ask for a zine, like...
Well, I get why they did it actually, because it's really smart. They have everyone checking their idea against each other to make sure no one's repeating it. It's
Yeah,
a smart
that's smart.
idea. I gotta figure out, I gotta set time aside to actually put my brain on it, you know?
Yeah. Oh wait, is that for the zine I'm also on?
No, that's for the,
Okay, good.
that's, Don't Fuck With the Science Team zine.
That's right. That
That
no,
one's
that
coming
makes
along
sense.
real cool, actually. I'm excited
Yeah.
for that. And the year one zine is fucking holy shit. The things some people are doing for that blow my goddamn mind.
Snail, that's a lie. Snail, that's a lie. I willfully, gleefully, and happily asked you about potential plans for recovering the lake in the fucking silent in Resident Evil 8. And I knew I was signing up for a very long talk, and that's what I wanted. I did not ask you casually. I sat down and went playing out this fictional waterway restoration plan with me.
Haha, get cherished, motherfucker.
Haha! Haha! Get valued! Sorry, you're saying though?
Oh. No, I have to turn on my brain that hyperfixates on HLVRAI again.
Yeah, we should do like a rewatch maybe sometime.
Oh, God. Yeah.
It's been long enough.
I'm trying to do it for the characters that have the least fan art. So far from what I'm seeing, but I'm like, I don't want to fucking do something about Forza, and I cannot think about it.
No, I think it's like fun and all to like do that, but I think like you gotta have the passion.
Yeah, so
we're,
I think
we're both autistic. We need the passion to get something done.
Yeah, maybe I'll do something with Darnold now.
Snail dropped actual scientific papers on me, and actually found like a really useful like point and click slideshow that was actually very helpful to understand what's going on with that like whole situation.
Ooh.
Side note, the short answer from what I've absorbed is that you would basically have to scrape the bottom out of that whole lake, but I'm of the opinion that because of Ethan's powers, it would be feasible to do some slightly goofy stuff, like move whatever's still living in there out. Which I don't know if there's much left, but it's worth saving. And then, like, scrape it all out, put in, like, fresh, fucking decent water, slowly start introducing, like, stuff that makes sense for the area bit by bit. But the imagery that we landed on that I really liked was that for raising fish from eggs to fry to, like, restock the lake, they could do it in... A good night, Glove Core Device. That Moreau's giant tank for his fish form could be used for it, so that there's fish in there that think of him as big, funny friend who sometimes gives us food, so that when they're introduced into the lake and Moreau swims out there, all the fish are friends of his and swim around him. Maybe he eats some of them and it's fine.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, you got it figured out?
Yeah.
Oh, you got it figured out? Hardcore.
Okay, you know what it is? Do you remember Darnold's line when they're running out of the science lab, and he's like, I can't do this.
Oh, I know the one.
I wanted to go, I wanted to fly kites with you guys and learn.
Yes!
So, hey, fuck it. Let's fly a kite.
Let's fucking... I think Darnold should get to fly a kite, is what...
I think so, too.
I think that'd be really good.
Alright, I just put that in as mine.
No, I like that. I like
had
that a lot.
I had to search, like, okay, what's everyone else is doing Darnold doing? And no one else is doing it. Also, please forgive me. Do not... I accidentally showed a little bit of the spreadsheet on stream for, like, half a second. Please, I beg you, forget about that, okay?
You saw nothing, okay?
Thank you.
Hey, Cyberfire. Ooh, a Coca-Cola.
Oh.
I do like the occasional Coca-Cola. What? What? Hmm?
We both go for it at the same time.
I think, yeah, Coca-Cola is just a deeply funny thing to say is the problem. No, it's just saying it in a funny word. It has none of the funny woohoo juice in it or nothing. No funny drugs here ever on this stream ever, promise. Ever. I should take my meds.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, we should get Mario when it comes out.
Hmm?
We should get Mario when it comes out.
Oh, yeah, no, the new, like, Mario Party remix, remaster thing, whatever, looks really cute and fun, and I want to do that, because, like, I've seen the new Mario Party's actual, like, stages before, but these, like, remastered ones are ones that I've, like, only ever seen, like, here and there, and I want to go on the Peaches Cake board.
Yeah,
I want to
it looks
go.
so cute. It looks adorable.
I literally have such a weakness for environments that are built out of fucking, like, cakes and sweets and candy.
Yeah.
I just think it's fun every time.
There's a level in Sonic Colors like that that's, it's so beautiful. It actually came before Wreck-It Ralph, too. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure.
It's very similar, though, but it's
Wonder
so
if it was...
pretty.
It had to have been an inspiration, right? But, like, you can't say that in an art book.
Yeah, I wonder, because it really does have a lot of similarities.
Well, and also the fact that, like, Sugar Rush is supposed to be explicitly, like, a Japanese racing game.
Yeah.
Well, not explicitly, implicitly.
Yeah.
Pretty clearly.
Dessert Planet? That's what it's called? That's adorable.
That's cute!
My pops was the one playing Sonic Colors because he knows I love Sonic, and he loves Sonic too. He loves Sonic Team things especially. So he was playing through all the Sonic games in a row with me, but we stalled out around the Wii U games, so we're gonna pick that up someday.
Yeah.
But it was cute. He ended up really liking Sonic Colors, and then weirdly enough, my mom, like, fell in love with the Sonic Colors soundtrack, and I found that out the other day, because when we were headed to my aunt's, they started playing it, and my mom was like, oh, we listen to this every time I have to go to the doctor, and every time I go to therapy, we listen to this in the car. I'm like, oh.
I mean,
cute.
that's a good method, but also that's very cute.
Yeah.
I will admit, I understand it a little bit, because when I was having to get, like, a bunch of root canals done, I just made, like, a giant, like, huge playlist of Lupin the Third music.
Oh, yeah.
And I just, like, had it set to shuffle, and it's always worth asking your dentist if you're like, hey, can I, like, wear one earbud and listen to music to help me calm down? Because most dentists are going to be like, yeah, do whatever, like, if it helps you stay calm, that's great.
As long as you don't bite down, it's fine.
And I just, like, I so distinctly remember, like, it was very much like, okay, time to actively disassociate. I am not here. I am like a car that is being repaired. It's fine.
Yeah.
It soothed me the fuck out, but it is funny because the backside of that is that now I do, like, slightly remember, like, the view out of the dentist's window when I listen to some of those songs.
Oh, yeah, I feel that.
So, like, if you ever use this method, I recommend doing what I did and use a really long playlist. Like, just slap as much music in there that you find, like, distracting or chilling, like, chill-out-wise. My old dentist had TVs you can control in every room, and I made all of us watch an entire Hallmark movie. I think that's the price they pay for always having their radios tuned to like hits of
Oh my
1998.
god, right? Every time I go to the dentist, that fucking
You too?
Into
I
the
heard
sky song is fucking playing.
I got a fucking oh god, I can't remember his fucking name. There was some like 90s quasi salsa hot dude
Oh
music
yeah.
that sent me through, you know who I mean, sent me through a fucking time warp. And the worst part is, the hits of the late 90s are like the actual like the hits of things that were actually popular, which means that I'm already tired of them and most of them kind of suck. Except obviously when my main man's the fucking oh shoot, here's where I betray. I think it was the Backstreet Boys that did the weird monster dudes like
Oh,
music video for that one song. That shit still rips. I'm sorry.
That
It's
was
just
pretty cool, yeah.
it was the most concentrated, like from concentrate fruit juice syrup of those era of like boy bands.
I just had a very strong memory of,
Oh?
I used to be really into Aaron Carter when I was like 7. And
Uh-huh.
I got a handful of his confetti at a concert, and I kept it in this little silver teapot in my room, and when I went to remember the concert, I would fold up a piece and eat it. No!
Oh no! Here's the worst part. In the middle of that story, I was like, oh no, does this end with Bugs like eating a handful of confetti? And then I went, no! Bugs just kept it in like a cute little no! And then the swerve! You absorbed his powers!
It was like pointy too. It was like sharp, semi-metal.
I just love that because that's such like a 7-year-old child style decision. It's important you all truly understand how like arcane and feral the mind of a 7-year-old is. Good night, Snail. Ah, that's a good one. Oh yeah, that reminds me, you were talking about a baby chaos behavior earlier. I've told everyone in this chat about the couch buttering already, I think, right? I can just refer to that vaguely as a babies are fucking wild
I think
type
it's been
story.
a few months. You should do it.
You just like hearing the story.
I do.
You just like
I do.
hearing the story.
It's a good story.
Okay, virtual pets ain't heard it. Here we go. Puzz somehow hasn't heard it. Strap the fuck in. So, when I was a baby, and I think from what I've heard, I don't know like exactly how old I was, but I was definitely old enough to be able to like crawl and pull myself up on stuff. I might have been like standing with assistance, but I definitely could like pull up and climb. Keep hold of that information for a particular part of this fucking story.
It's
Yeah,
a
strap
surprise
in, brandish
clue
his
that'll help us
pistolas.
later.
This is a funny magic tool. So we had these green, I don't know if they were leather or pleather, but like that kind of material, like big chair and a couch, which I don't remember the couch, but it was this couch that I started buttering the entire back of repeatedly to such a degree that it was actively a problem. And it's deeply important to me. You all know that I'm not talking about a baby like grabbing a handful of butter and slapping it on there like in an efficient manner. It's important you know that I covered every square inch of the back of this couch with the tiniest little baby finger dollops of butter, and my parent swears up and down in like a little gentle swirl. Like this was an artful application
It was
that
a
took
statement.
time.
It was a
was a
statement piece.
And it was butter. This is like room temperature, out on the counter butter, because you know you gotta have room temperature butter, or what are we doing with our lives? And like, literally, this is a repeated problem. What cracks me up is that obviously, like, my parents weren't ignoring me or anything, but I was terrifying as a baby because I was very quiet sometimes, and that meant that sometimes I would just slip out of a room and wander off and they would find me, butter in hand, I fucking guess, sitting in front of a completely carefully buttered fucking sofa back. And this was such a problem that eventually, like, I think, like, probably after the second time, maybe, they all, they move the butter up to the top of the fridge. Problem solved. Imagine the terror of having moved the butter to the top of the fridge, and they find you again with the butter. Years later, literally, I think, like, the punchline here is that 10 years later, like 10 years ago from now, I think I was like 20 or so, we were talking about this story, and my big sister, 8 years older than me, so when I was a baby, she was 8, saw me climb up to get the fucking butter, and all she did was watch and make sure I wouldn't fall, and otherwise in no way interfered with this fucking sequence of events. She was looking out for me!
Fuck yeah. Fuck
Kind
yeah.
of.
Fuck
I
yeah.
think maybe just stop the baby from climbing the fridge. Well, actually, apparently what I did is I pulled out the drawers on the counter, and then I could get to the counter, and from the counter I could stretch and get the butter. But also, I have several questions about many steps of this. And literally after that, they just gave up and left the butter on the counter and kind of just made peace with this happening sometimes, because it was like a leather or leather-like material couch, so they could just like wipe it off, and it's not like it was going to get any less butter soaked with the first time. So it's just my favorite. How was I so determined with this one very specific activity? I think the first time I got the chair and the couch, maybe? I don't really remember. Oh god, you hid chicken nuggets in every crevice of your first floor of your house? Good lord.
What?
Yeah, babies are mysterious creatures.
Yeah.
Babies are strange little like, I can't stress enough, I was a baby. Like, a baby. My other memorable babyhood trick, by the way, is that I actually got my first word very early, even though I don't think I moved on to sentences for like a while.
Mhm.
That happens, don't worry about it. But the first word I learned was when I was so small that I still spent a lot of time like in a baby carrier or like being carried, and it was hi. Just-
Oh.
But here's what was the funny part, is that my parents' I had contextual awareness that you say hi when someone new comes in a room, and so my parents, like their friends, would come in, and they would hear this teensy tiny little baby hi, and be like, what the, huh? Who was...
Oh, that's adorable.
I just like that story because I've clearly always been social, but slightly unnerving. Hi. I can't do a baby voice. I've been on tea just long enough that it like just sounds like a weird back of the throat high pitch. Not really long enough to drop my voice unless I focus on it, but I like my voice.
You got a good voice.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, Candide Nova says, oh, my little niece's first word is hat. You hold a hat up to her and she goes, hat. It's so good. I love babies when they're like figuring stuff out and like making connections. It's so cool. Like, I also find it very fascinating how like kids talk a little bit younger than you think they do if you don't have kids. You're like never had like a baby in the house with you, because they don't talk to strangers usually.
Oh yeah.
Like,
That's
they
true.
most very little babies and toddlers are much more talkative, like with people they're already comfortable with, which makes sense, I think, personally, as an autistic person.
Mhm.
It's uncomfortable. You don't want to talk. Who's this new weird big person? That's not
God,
mom.
God,
That's not mom.
that the high thing would be very funny with Rose.
God. Startles the fucking hell out of people, but like, but okay, but that'd be especially cute because how many of these like terrifying lords of the valleys, strong, powerful monsters, would absolutely like walk in and out of the room again to get her to say hi again.
God. Now listen here, Ethan. Hi. Hello. Hi, Miss Rose. Now listen here,
Oh
Ethan.
my god! You're right. None of them would be able to ever resist at any point. Also, there's got like the Baby Rose toddler nicknames. Like,
Oh.
like we definitely get like Mishu.
Oh. Oh.
Also,
Beloved-
Puzz says,
Beloved
Oh, go
Uncle
ahead.
Morshoe.
"Yeah, fuck off. That's the Duke. That's Daddy Morshoe."
God.
Now that I said that cursed phrase, Puzz says, "I apparently used to get mistaken for a baby doll all the time when I was a little baby because I was super pale, full head of curly hair, big old eyes, refused to sleep, always watching, so people just
Oh.
thought my mom was a weirdo walking
Oh.
around with a baby doll."
Ooh.
Oh god. Cyberfire says my baby brother's first word was, to the joy of my grandma and father, ass. He just chants it when he sees one of the cats. Yeah, refuse to sleep, always watching is very powerful baby behavior.
Yes, honestly.
God. Okay. Two very cute / funny thoughts. One, how hard would Eisenberg try to get the baby to say Shiza? How hard? How hard? Hey, Bugs, Frankie, why are my teeth so pointy? You're doing a good job chewing on your wooden stimulation toys that are used to help enrich your day-to-day life, I think?
Yep.
I don't know. Good gnawing. Good job. Okay, Heisenberg will try to teach the baby to cuss so hard. So hard. You cannot leave him alone with that baby. He is going to try and get her to say fuck.
God. God.
And the other is, would Donna make, like, a new actual baby doll? Because she's like, well, she needs company. She needs company.
Oh, that would
Ethan
be
is just
sweet.
like, I think he'd agree if it was a soft baby doll. We need, like, a cloth,
It's made of
rag
real
doll
lead.
kind of sitch.
Very fancy. If I do not see her holding it, I will wail and scream and cry and kick all your furniture over, Ethan. Goodbye.
God. Rose would be the kind of kid that doesn't say a first word till later on, and then she just says a full-on sentence. I could see it.
Yeah.
My grandpa was one of those, and so is my mom, and mysteriously, I think maybe the autism runs in the family. I don't know, weird thought. Weird, strange thought. God, yeah. No, there's a lot of special dolls here. God. I'll allow it, Automod.
Oh, that was a
No,
this scratching noise I just made.
Oh, really?
Anyway, sorry.
I feel like Rose could go either way, but I like the idea of her being like a very babbly kid, but like because she's so easily understood by everyone else. Oh shit! This is like an actual problem you can have with like a big sibling and a little kid, is because the big sibling will be able to understand what the baby is trying to say, and it can stall out like learning actual whole words sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, because like I had this problem a little bit, and I've like heard that like some of my my niece's cousins, who I guess baby cousins, I don't know, would like, you get the problem where it's like the older kid is too good at responding to the baby's like needs, and it's great, but also it's like the kid got to communicate with people outside of the family.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Puzz says, my little sib barely talked because I would just say what they wanted. I feel like so Rose would be like a babbler and have like a lot of incomplete words, but they like she might be a little while to like learn full sentences, because literally most people, like her dad always knows what she wants, literally. Cyberfire says, me and my sister didn't talk for years because she didn't even have to try and talk for me to know what she wanted. I can still do that, actually. Yeah, when you know someone really well, like, humans take in a lot of information from, like, non-verbal communication.
Oh, yeah.
Who would be pro swear in front of the baby versus if you swear in front of the baby? The Duke would be anti-cussing in front of the baby.
Yep.
The Duke is 100%, like, will give you the shit look, like, so hard if he catches you.
God.
He's gonna pick up Heisenberg by the back of his fucking jacket, like at the scruff of his neck,
He's gonna put him
and
out the
physically
side
throw
door.
him out of the window.
Yeah.
He's gonna put him in the corner. Just like, and you will stay there until I think perhaps you need a chance to reflect somewhat on the delicacy of our dear Rose's ears. And then, because I feel like if the Duke does that to you, like, you just have to stand there. What are you gonna do? You're gonna try and not?
Mm-hmm.
He throws him out of the window if Heisenberg's next action is to wait until Rose comes over and just says, fuck, say it.
God.
Then he goes out the window.
God.
Lady D probably doesn't curse around the child, but her daughters do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, they don't even mean it. They're just like casual cursors, I think. They're just dropping Ah, she's so fucking cute, look at her!
Fucking adorable baby.
I think she took a shit. Haha, that's gross. They also... I don't know if Lady D herself would be, like, too harsh on them about it, but they'd get the, like, finger wag lecture.
Yeah, I feel that.
Moreau... Does Moreau cuss? Does he feel like a cusser? Would he cuss?
I don't know. He maybe was a sailor, but I don't know.
I feel like he does, but it's very much a, like, stubs his toe kind of cusser.
Oh yeah, I feel that.
Okay, yeah, Moreau definitely wouldn't curse around the baby, and
Yeah.
he wouldn't have that hard a time with it. Not in, like, a big worry, but he would accidentally cuss around her when he, like, bumps up against a rock in the lake, and then he has to, like, surface, like, please don't tell your father. Moreau doesn't cuss, he just says fake swear words. Fuck. He gets real, how am I forgetting this? Tintin's sailor boyfriend, help me.
Oh, Captain Codstool.
What? Trahatic! Thank you,
Thank you.
Radbysad!
Thank you.
Thank you! It's very funny that I did know the exact descriptive phrase that would get, like, an answer. Someone did one of those fucking titty out memes, but with Captain Haddock.
Oh, that was good.
I was
like
appreciative.
that. I like that.
That was
Good.
I especially liked it because they were all like they gave them all like a context that made sense, and I don't know. The people know what we want, apparently. We might also be the people in this odd comparison, but I forget where I saw it. I don't think I retweeted it because my sister and my parent both follow me, and sometimes I'm a coward.
Yeah, similar situation here.
But please know we're always appreciative. What am I... Oh, right, the cursing thing. Okay, so, like, that's... Now, here's the thing. Do you think Ethan actually cares? I'm not sure Ethan cares.
I think it would
I
be
don't
funny
think
if he
Ethan
does.
cares at all. Yes, a big agree. It would be so funny if he didn't care.
Good night, Ripple Beans.
Good night.
Oh, hey,
No,
it's
that
been
wa-
a few hours real quick, sorry.
Hmm?
Remember, Smug Ladies is still looking for help to move out
Oh,
of
yeah,
their
yeah.
home with their husband and their roommates, who are really cool.
Mhm.
She's been
They're
harassed
in a really
by
tough
her,
situation.
downstairs neighbors. It sucks. Please, if you have the
There is a
means-
direct threat involved.
Please, if you have the means, help Smug Ladies out.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, I think Ethan is of the position of like, well, she's gonna hear cursing.
Mhm.
Like, it's also no. Ethan's position is that, and he's also like, he's actually on the side that nothing is funnier than a toddler going "fuck," and Heisenberg is like in the background, like, yes, my man,
God.
Ethan.
I knew there was something about you I liked.
I knew it. The problem is, though, is I think that the Duke would I feel like Ethan would immediately Ethan listens to like whatever the Duke or Mia think about these types of things.
Uh-huh.
What if Ethan only cares if Chris swears? Fuck.
Oh, that would be so funny.
Yes, 100%. Chris
you can't swear around
100%
my
thinks.
goddamn daughter. You're so
Holy
fucking
shit,
indecisive.
Chris! You're Mia just like, Chris, did you just fucking swear in front of my baby?
Did you just swear
She's
instead
1
of
month
my
old, Chris.
fucking daughter?
I can't believe you would fucking swear in front of my goddamn
And
daughter.
Chris is just like,
Because he's a cop. That's
Yeah.
why you do it.
yeah.
Oh God. I'm gonna allow it this once. This once.
Held
This
for
once
reason
it's funny enough.
misogyny.
I'm allowing it this once. In context. Yeah, just this once, Automod. I'm patting Automod on the head, like, good.
Yes, you're right.
Good, I'm
You
glad,
are right,
good.
little buddy.
Glance up at what Candied Nova just said, and what I had to permit above it, which is very funny.
Well, no, people don't
for
see
the-
that.
Oh shit, they don't. Okay, in the VODs, it's very important you all know that every time one of us has to approve a term to anyone with mod powers or bugs, we see a little friendly Frankenstein used / add permitted term and then whatever the term was.
Yeah. So that's why the other day I was reading off add permitted term honky honky, add permitted term honky ass, add permitted term honkies, add permitted term white honky, add permitted term fuck honkies, add permitted term ass honky.
And so on. I love this thing.
It's very good.
I'm getting better at like using it quietly. There's like a Doppler effect you can use if you reduce the pressure, like
Yeah. No, you're right.
it's very hard to pull off.
Did you end up muting it with the tissue paper or what?
In this case, this is me jamming it down onto a pillow, which is why it has like the full back end sound, so you can get the
Yeah,
which I think
that
of as a
sounds
full
good.
honka honka.
Yeah.
But with the mute, it kind of sounds more like this,
Ah.
which I think has its own charm because I think this is like a pretty familiar clown type.
Yeah.
But you can't get the full honka honka.
Huh.
But I can do a. This is what I do. This is what I do to entertain myself throughout the day.
It almost
This is
sounds
literally
like a
just
harmonica.
yeah. If you get like the full like oh, sorry, I
Yeah?
hit it hard enough that it spat the mute out. If you accidentally angle like the little ball of tissue just right, it'll just pop right out like a cork gun.
Oh my god.
Which, you know, in of itself is very funny, so Frankie enrichment, it kind of is! Someday my dream is I'd really like to get the Stuart Semple gold paint he made,
Oh.
and I'd really love to like just fully get the whole outside of the horn with a nice paint of
Nice.
gold.
Yeah.
Because right now it's got like a very nice like bright red kind of paint to it, and I do like it fine. It looks nice. It's a
Uh-huh.
good color. It's
But
it's
should
very
be
funny, but- oh.
fancy.
it should be gold. Probably just on the outside though, because I don't want to actually like adjust how it sounds too
Yeah.
much, like accidentally plug it up or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Weaponized clowning? Oh, you better believe it. There's just something very funny about being able to generate the sound of a clown quickly moving further away.
The clown is
In no way
escaping.
menacing.
Don't worry about it.
Hold on, can I get it to do like the whole like far away and then closer? Bear with me. Okay, so that'd be... Kind of. That's tough. I'll get the hold of it. Don't ask me what I'm ever gonna use this for, because the answer is funny. Funny is why. You want to go to clowning school? That's a real option. Admittedly, clowning is you might have to be like a clown for Twitch, which is just kind of called being a streamer.
True.
But yeah. In all sincerity, I love clowns a lot. I like clown stuff. I think modern clowns are very cool. There's actually been a lot of work done to like figure out what to avoid for clown designs that scares kids.
Oh yeah.
That's why you don't really see any full paint anymore.
Oh wow, that's kind
Uh,
of cool.
It turns out like a big part of what helps for it is to like not cover up the whole of the face. So a lot of times it'll be more the lips usually do not get painted a lot of times. Like for
Yeah.
clowns that work directly with kids, it's more like around the eyes, maybe like an eyebrow decoration and like a drawn on like I've seen some very cute ones with like a little heart or a star like drawn on the cheeks like you would get from face painting, which would
Oh.
cute. That would be very cute because that would have like it's like what you get for face painting with a clown.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah,
like, yeah, you
yeah.
got the same thing.
Oh.
Usually it's like, funny little hat, your own hair, usually. Some people still use wigs. And the clown nose is still a thing because that signals clown. Yeah, Big Comfy Couch is actually a really great example of this form of clowning. Have I read HLVRC? It sounds familiar, but I
Half-Life VR clown?
yeah, I got that brain rot too. Oh, Half-Life, but the clowns are self-aware.
Oh, that's
I
cute.
think I've seen art of that around. I actually haven't like read it. I'll check that out sometimes. Probably. Thank you, Brandish's Pistolas. I do love a clown. I like circus.
I saw
Motifs
something really
especially.
cute the other day. It was a mask designer who was figuring out how to do clowns that would, masks that work for clowns by printing their face. And they're talking about
Oh.
how the design work they had to do to make the red nose still pop as 3D and read like a red nose they're wearing. It
Oh.
was so cool.
That's very interesting. Yeah. And I never actually got to watch Big Comfy Couch as a kid, but I think I would have loved it a lot if I had. Honestly, like, I've seen little bits and pieces of it and learned about it a little bit now, and it's very charming. I really like the mix of like clowning and hold on, there we go. Sorry, I had to let the beat drop to the song.
Mhm.
Oh, so good. Even if all Octo expansion music gives me slight fight or flight reflexes.
Yeah, agree.
Oh god, the backpack is gonna explode! Ah! I am on Girl Power Station! No! Oh, that rules! I always love seeing folks with, like, AUs that, like, really go for it with the creative energy it gives them, and it's always fun to see.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I can't lie, thinking about the Big Comfy Couch did just make me, like, roll my shoulders back and do a little stretch. I also always like the look of the little fuzzy dust goblin guys. Dust bunnies. How did I forget the word dust bunnies?
Oh god, I completely forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah!
Those were cute.
Which I think the little doll was who always saw them. I should be drinking my tea. I've got a whole pot of tea, and I've just been too excited about Resident Evil 8.
You and your hyper focus, I swear. I ain't familiar with that. I don't know
Uh-huh.
about at all.
I don't think you can be an animator without being able to hyper-focus. If there are people who animate who don't hyper-focus, I have questions. Mostly, how?
Oh god, I still think about there's that animation tutorial video series, and I think it was part of the Illusion of Life book, like a CD that came with it, where one of them was just like, don't listen to music while you animate, and down the line it's like, you just could not focus on animating and music at the same time, oh man. Oof.
No, there's especially older animators' weird advice about how to focus. It's always like, no, this isn't an animating grand truth. This is like, you're the good dude who can't listen to music, or you're the dude who needs TV on.
Yeah.
Hey, you got some strawberry tea.
Ooh.
I discovered that you can get PG Tips loose leaf. So now I'm truly enjoying the luxury of fairly acceptable good tea, but I can still use my fancy. I use a French press to make tea, so
Oh, that sounds nice.
there's a Richard Williams thing like that. Probably.
Oh yeah, that was Richard Williams.
That sounds like Richard Williams, the fucking weirdo.
Yeah. Bless his heart.
Like, his animation advice isn't bad outside of the weird, like, gender shit.
Yeah.
And he did make, like, a good guide. It's, like, still recommended for a good reason. Just, like, keep your head on the swivel for him being from like a different time and also a giant weirdo. And I don't mean that like, he is quirky and reads as autistic. I mean the dude once jumped out of his car to follow someone who had a visibly gay walk to examine how they walked.
Yeah.
Like, I think I bring this up every time he gets brought up. And this
one
is
a dark turn from Murder by Numbers.
Sounds right. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's a weirdo. And it's especially weird because this is in the book. Isn't it, like, just in the actual book?
Yeah, I think it's on one of the pages of Belloc Cycles, which, go figure, I probably should have read before animating something, but I had a heart full of spirit and a head full of dumb, so...
I think that's how creative endeavors work.
Yeah, that's true.
Just kind of gotta go for it sometimes. Yeah, I gotta sit down with Murder by Numbers. Maybe I'll play that next, because I feel like that's a game I know I want to play it. I know I want to. I want to learn how to do the funny P-crosses, and I know that there's a funny robot child, and I know that there's a gay dude, and what else do I need in a story?
It's a really good nibble at night type game.
Mm-hmm. I think that'd be good for me, too, because right now I need a game to play, but, like, I can't jump into a new hyperfixation, and I finished Chicory way ahead of all of my friends. Play Chicory, by the way. I finished it. It's... You know how much I've been talking about Resident Evil 8? They're very good games, they're very different games, but also Chicory is deadass going to be in my top 5 games of this year with Resident Evil 8.
Really? See, Chicory is like I've defeated the project, I can play this now.
No, I know,
game, so.
Whenever... I am not rushing anyone outside of telling people they should get it and play it, because Chicory is literally a funny little cute game where you play as a funny little dog, and you are the janitor in the tower of the cool person who wields the magic brush that turns the world colors. It made me cry 7 times exactly.
Wow.
I mentioned I'd never want to be the person who's like, you should play this, it's so emotional, you'll cry, because I've had bad experiences that putting pressure on me. I mostly mention this because I'm a stoic fucking person. Kind of. I don't sound stoic, but I can be.
Is that right?
It's a lovely game.
Okay.
Plus, also, it's a little coloring book. Run around and do a color. It's nice, it turns out.
It's relaxing to color.
It's relaxing to color in an environment where... So, honestly, painting in Chicory is like if doing pixel art at a pretty close-in resolution was, like, kind of chunky and had lines that it filled in that wouldn't go past. So you can't be, like, precise, really. So you can't worry that much about, like, doing it the best or exactly correct unless you really want to. Like, you can fill stuff in cleanly, but it's kind of difficult to do detail work, and you have, like, set palettes for every area, so you don't have to stress that much about color choice either, because there's, like, 4 colors to choose from. But they'll look nice together no matter what you do. My style literally is every color in every place, but nothing overlaps. Because that's what I'll do if I'm left unattended with some crayons, it turns out.
Good.
And Radby said, it is a cozy game. I was literally playing it a lot, like, before bed. Just like, yay!
I've been trying to find a new cozy game to play on the Switch.
Yeah, it's gotta be on the... I should get Murder by Numbers on the Switch, specifically.
Yes, actually, yes. I'm big agree. There's something in Chapter 3, I think it is, or Story 3, where you can miss a prop. If that happens, you can replay the scenario. Know that you can move past it and then come back and do it again.
Okay,
Because
that's good to know. I appreciate
that.
that.
I had to restart my file because I misunderstood.
Fandom Hop says, listen, Frankie, I don't think anyone is expecting a found family AU to come out of a Resident Evil game, especially you. Variety is a spice of life, and so are surprises. I'll found family anything. Don't leave me alone in a room with a fucking story and expect it to come. I found family Lupin the fucking Third. It's one step away from found family like Looney Tunes. Be closer. think Bugs and Daffy.
Uh-huh.
Anyways. Listen, when I was a kid, I actually thought they were just supposed to be, like, dating.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
I feel like that was pretty common. Like, just being a little kid, like, oh, I get it, like Bert and Ernie. I literally remember as a kid, like, seeing some weird, like, Bert and Ernie aren't gay, and I was like, the hell they aren't? Not in that, like, obviously I was a little kid, so my actual thought was like, what? Okay, adult weird, okay, why is, that's about as, like, as good as that gets, but also, Lupin the Third is already very found family. It is! You're right!
That's true.
I actually still need to see the 2011 Looney Tunes show. I've heard mostly, like, just good stuff about it. It's very solid, apparently.
Oh yeah, I like the, every clip I see of Lola coming out of that is great.
Yeah, same. And I've seen a lot of clips of the weird, like, Bugs and Daffy interactions, and sometimes I literally think about, this is not a purse. This is a clutch. It's used for fancy nights out, like the opera. It's held under the arm, like so. See? Alright, fine, I'll take it back. No. After all, one day you might take me to the opera. I just think about that sometimes 'cause I'm like, that's, first of all, supremely fucking funny.
Yes.
And second of all, alright!
I always like the one, the gag from, well, I guess it was supposed to be a gag, but I just read as genuinely sweet about how Daffy got his pearls.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's little Daffy, and he doesn't have the white collar on, and he's watching his mom put on the necklace of pearls, and he's like, Mama, can I try?
Oh!
It's so cute!
Yeah, no, Daffy and Bugs have real, like gender-neutral, gender-queer power couple thing going on.
Yeah.
Like, Daffy's gender is no. Bugs' gender is yeah.
All of them. All of the above.
Yes. I look better in heels than you do, trust me.
Good night, Adrian.
Good night, Adrian.
Sleep good.
Too bad. You gotta put a little running man going to bed.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Hold on, I'll fix it. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, I can't copy and paste the emojis in Twitch? Shit, never mind. I was gonna put one of the elf in the shelves in there.
Hang on. Hang on. He's hurrying to bed.
God! Alright, there we go, thank you. Speeding backwards to bed.
It's such a shame those don't play animations on the stream it proper.
Yeah, I wish they did. I wish they played in the overlay so much. Buzz says, God, I remember after I rewatched Roger Rabbit while I was working on a project, we talked about Bugs being the fashionista to beat at every Toontown's award show. Oh! 100%!
Ooh.
Good fun. He's bringing some Rihanna style heat. I know this. I know this in my heart. Like, oh, you're good. Roger Rabbit, meanwhile, the guy who, like, doesn't really mix it up very much. He's got, like, the kind of, like, he's always just dressed to match his wife. Like, come on. They're doing, like, the whole prom thing with it.
Yeah.
But also, you just know, one year, Jessica came in his weird colors. So she had, like, the full, like, the big satin bow with, like, the polka dots on it. And it was, like, a cute take on, like, the whole overalls type look. You know it was fucking the best. You know it was the tightest. And yes, he was wearing the sequin sheath.
Good.
You know, made kind of a stir, but there he works it. He's short, but he works it. Oh, I remember those Banshee strikes. Those were always really cute. I genuinely, like, when I was a kid growing up, I did not I was like, it was so funny to look back when I figured out I was trans and be like, okay, this is why I mostly identified with Roger Rabbit, but weirdly imprinted on Eddie Valiant, huh? Okay. True, like, literally one day when I can manage to get tattoos, I've had a plan in the works forever to get the Valiant and Valiant insignia from his door.
Oh, that'll be cool.
The only problem is that it's shaped like a badge. Might forego that part. Might just get the Valiant and Valiant with like the cute lettering and not get the badge part.
That would be cute, dude.
It would be cute. It's that, and I always want to get a Felix the Cat tattoo.
Oh, that would be nice.
The one thing, I don't know how it would do this, but I keep thinking it'd be cute if I could get a tattoo of his magic bag that opens and closes when I like open and close my arm.
Oh, that would be funny.
Right? I don't know if that'd be feasible or not, because I don't know how tattoos work, but the magic bag is from the terrible, not even joking, do not try to watch this one for fun on your own.
Yeah.
Animated cartoon Felix the Cat the movie, which opens with a Super Mario 64-ass super early CG sphere of Felix the Cat's head that wobbles around and like turns left to right to like show off how 3D it is. My movie. This is about a funny adventure I had in a whole other world.
Wow.
It's so fucking weird. And then it's great because suddenly you smash cut to an invading robot army marching into this weird other dimension fantasy princess castle. And it takes like a full... I think it takes a full... First of all, this movie is sound mixed to death.
Yeah.
There is
it's
never
incredible.
I think they went back and did some weird ADR work on this movie.
Oh, for
where
sure.
every character is like whimpering and half talking and muttering at every single second, like weird constant chatter to itself. And Newt, it's not your fault. The person who commissioned the movie was a fucking American, and he was the most American ever because he was the inheritor of his grandfather, a literal rapist and general person, who stole Felix the Cat from his actual creator.
Ooh.
So it's the grandson of the dude who stole Felix the Cat, who then made this bizarre movie. And if it makes you want to watch it, I understand you, I see you, I understand you, I am you. Convince a friend or two to watch it with you. It'll be more fun in a group to like collectively howl about it.
Mm-hmm.
Felix the Cat the movie is very funny too. I think I've brought this up every time I talk about this, but here we go again. It's a very funny movie because it's like it's based on the 1960s TV cartoon,
Mm-hmm.
which the 1960s, if you don't know, was a rough fucking patch for animation in general.
Yep.
Like, up to literally Yellow Submarine, the Beatles animated cartoon, no animated movie had ever been made by anyone but Disney without destroying the company that made it.
Yep.
Every single attempt. Like, and TV animation was like dire. It was like either you were Disney or you were basically sub Hanna-Barbera.
Yep.
Like, the desire, like between the Hays Code, like fucking over writing cartoons entirely.
Mhm.
That's why, weirdly enough, the TV version of Popeye the Sailor Man, Olive Oyl is like nice, but also weirdly sexy. Like, she wasn't allowed to be like a Harridan or be violent or something.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus, good luck, Brandish's Pistoles. Go take care of that. I know how that is.
Rest up. Good luck.
As I've put it on Twitter, sometimes the bastard just comes for you.
Oh, yeah, I really liked that poem, dude. That was great.
Yeah. Oh, Dingo Pictures Movies. Hey, yeah, that started as his tweet. So, you ever sit down to do a tweet and then you accidentally write some poetry? Shake my damn head. But, so with Felix the Cat, the 1960s cartoon is technically based on the original, like, Felix the Cat in the silent animation days was the first cartoon star. He was pre-Mickey Mouse, the star of animation. And then it got kind of rocky when they moved to color, but I still think very charming, and it's always just like weird, creative little adventures of this strange little cat who, like, in the cartoon sometimes did cute sight gags with his tail, but the magic bag is specifically from the 1960s cartoon, and what the magic bag does is turn into anything. It just turns into anything. I tried to watch some episodes of the original cartoon, and at one point he turns the magic bag into an escalator. That works.
Oh.
Yeah, it just imagine how rough writing something where a character owns an object that can do anything is, and how challenging it would be to make any conflict in the story work. And now imagine that they didn't do that, and no conflict in the story makes sense or works. And the plot of every episode is that one of a bunch of is like his goofy mad scientist bad guy wants to steal his magic bag.
Oh.
That's it.
I
That's
see.
it.
see.
It's animated on like 6s. I don't know what's up with that animation.
Oh.
It's rough. It's like literally like jerking back and forth level like animation. We should watch an episode just to see
Yeah.
the strangeness
I
of
would
it.
extremely be down.
Yeah, I think it's around, because here's the fucked up thing. The original I think I've already talked about this. I will talk about this my whole life. The original creator of Felix the Cat was the animator who worked on it, and the dude who owned the studio always claimed the rights. And even shittier, he was like, no, see, look, here's a pencil doodle I did of a cat.
Oh.
That's definitely, it says Felix. I wrote it right here. My
Oh.
wife says so. His wife later divorced him, due to his everything.
Mhm.
It's a shitty, terrible story.
Mhm.
And he always claimed that he'd give back the rights on his deathbed. Already shitty. Already bad. And then mysteriously, when he died, his kids came out and said, gee, Dad didn't say anything about giving the rights back. Well, golly. Gosh, I guess there's no... I'm sorry, Dad just never gave it back.
Looks like it's
And-
ours now.
And so then we get the 1960s cartoon. We get... Weirdly enough, there was a pretty cool but weird 90s The Twisted World of
Oh,
Felix the
yeah.
Cat.
Yeah.
It was very 90s, but it was based on the silent cartoons. And I think that's the last we've heard of the property series. But it's very funny because if you go around online, one of the last times I checked the Wikipedia page for the Jackhole theft dude in this whole story, there was weird, like, some historians say he was a bad person, but actually, and I was like, wow, the great-grandkids are, like, still weirdly... Because literally, our animation history has never been more united than it has been in a single cry of fuck this dude specifically.
Yep.
And there's literally like a weird official bio page by his family that said some of the same stuff as the Wikipedia page at the time.
Curious.
Where it was like, no, source, me. I like to tell this story because I feel like Felix the Cat just like it was such a giant. Oh, sweet, Arsene found the Captain Haddock thing.
Oh,
Hot
fuck
damn.
yeah.
Thank you, Arsene.
Thank you, Arsene.
It's- Felix the Cat is so weird because I feel like most people who are really into animation in any way like know or have seen Felix the Cat, but like he just kind of vanished from like popular culture in this very odd way. Side note, those motherfuckers are literally why Felix the Cat couldn't show up in Roger Rabbit.
No kidding.
Imagine the fucking movie that got Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny on the screen together, and the dudes who owned the rights to Felix the Cat played too much hardball with it.
Jeez.
And that's the only place. There is one place, and it's the tunnel to Toontown. If you look up at the very top of it, they added
Oh, yeah.
a little. Out of like love, out of just love, they added Felix the Cat in the insignia that leads over the tunnel to Toontown. I definitely haven't like thought a lot about how like sad and interesting and mysterious that winds up feeling, like almost as if implying that somehow Felix the Cat is like dead,
Yeah.
which he kind of is. it's the fucked up thing.
Yeah.
Like, maybe one day we could ever, like, see something of the character again that's cool, but it's... People talk a lot of shit about, like, Mickey Mouse and copyright law, and they're right to.
Mhm.
They're right to, 100%, constantly, all the time. But I think that if nothing else, we should at least do something about the weird situation that allows shit like Felix the Cat to happen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bugs and Mickey both had to have the exact same amount of screen time. Ditto for Donald and Daffy, which is why the piano fight scene was born.
Yep.
I was obsessed with that scene as a little kid. I literally remember watching it as a very little kid and, like, noticing the real pianos reacting to every, like, finger press.
Oh.
And, like, the click of, like, wait, they're cartoons.
Mhm.
How is... This is a thing that people made. How did they make it do this? Like... Because, like, you know, when you're little, you're kind of like... You don't give... They're there.
Yeah.
They're there. They
Yeah,
clocked
yeah.
into set, obviously. You buy into it so much, and, like, I think I was probably, like, 9 or 10 when this happened. I don't imagine it was any younger than that.
Mhm.
But, like, that moment of, like, appreciating, like, this is, like, a magic trick.
Yeah. Honestly, the
Which,
stuff they had to rig up for fucking
yeah.
Roger Rabbit is practically magic.
It's so amazing. Like, I still think about, on the DVD version, there's a great commentary track that, like, I will buy a DVD player to hear again, eventually.
Mhm.
Where they talk about, like, they wound up with this term that they would use, which was wiggling the lamp, which meant doing something that takes so much more work just because it makes it look better.
Yeah.
And it's the scene where Roger Rabbit has the handcuffs on and they're trying to saw them off, where the overhead lamp gets bumped, which means that suddenly there was a swinging light source
Oh,
that
God.
not only did they have to match from shot to shot, but had to be animated on to Roger.
Ugh. God.
And so that's swinging the lamp, and the reason they did it was literally just because they realized it set him into the scene so well.
Yep.
Because it was... And the funniest part is, it's literally like infinite extra work that if you do it right, the audience will never notice was work. Because all you think is you say, oh yeah, of course the light is sweeping over Roger. He's in the room.
Why is playlist hitting like 4 fucking RuneScape songs?
I don't know. We mentioned
no,
playing
that's
RuneScape. We mentioned playing RuneScape like on stream at some point,
It
and
hurt
playlist
us.
went fucking nuts.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm turning this up.
Oh
Love this
yes. Same. God, what the fuck is with Paper Mario Origami King soundtrack?
Seriously, it's so fucking good.
This is battle music for a specific area, y'all. This is just battle music.
Yep.
God, this whole area rocks too, genuinely.
Yeah, the design is so
What?
fucking good.
It being a theme park is such a cute way to do that.
Yes. Oh my god. Especially because there really are theme parks like that in Japan.
Yeah, which I listen.
I wanna
Ooh,
go.
ah,
I wanna...
mm,
There's an
ah,
onsen that's themed like
Yeah.
that. Oh man.
I'm gonna be that fucking tourist.
Me too, man.
It's fine.
Me too.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll do it to a buddy fucking trip.
Yeah.
And Brandish's Pistole says that they've never seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It'll rule. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have gaps in like what you saw as a kid, and that's totally fine. I didn't have access to TV my entire time growing up. Sometimes when people talk about like, haha, just 90s kid stuff, I go, yes. In the rural countryside, we definitely still weren't kind of in 1985. I know much of your jelly bracelets. Literally the closest we ever got was like a Wild Thing for scented like pencils.
Oh man.
Which, by the way, nothing's funnier than the realization like, wow, 90s kids sure had a lot of weird scented stuff that we all kind of huffed.
Good for us.
Those scent... Oh, but that that cherry scented marker.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, the marker set at grandma's. Ooh.
The watermelon scented markers I would go ham over.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and fair warning, if you do watch Roger Rabbit without having seen it before, it's kind of an intense movie. It's an action noir movie that happens to also be a funny cartoon.
Yeah.
It really is like a action noir that happens to take place in a world with tunes. They visit a murder scene at one point.
Yep, they sure do.
There's a corpse outline on the floor, and sure, it's in funny chalk, but a man died.
Yep, in a really gruesome way, too.
Yeah, an anvil fell on him. Wah wah. No spoilers about the plot in chat, but like, yeah, it's go into it expecting it to be a little bit scary and intense, but like, you know, heartfelt and lovely and everything.
Yeah, you'll dig it.
You'll dig it a lot. I just like to warn people because I think like the cutesiness of it makes it easy not to remember that at one point the living car's tires get fucking shot out.
Yeah, or that you see
And he limps? He limps?
You see something get put down.
Yes, yeah.
A little clown shoe.
Yeah. A cartoon clown dies on screen. Because it might be a great movie, but the 90s were still a really fucking weird time for children's media. We should probably turn the music back down a little bit.
Oh, right. Fuck. I have to take this song off. Ugh.
Oh, that one's a bad one too, huh? I was just
Yeah.
noticing it was loud. Rip.
I love
Rip,
that
rip.
song too. I'm so
I know.
sad.
What was that song for folks who want to hear it again?
That song is Benny K's Schoolgirl from the Parappa the Rapper anime ending credits.
That one gets got?
Yep.
How? What?
Well,
The Parappa!
it's technically a pop song.
Oh,
There was a safe period of time where you could play Japanese music on Twitch without issue, but
Yeah, oh my god, I'm so sad about that. Like all my favorite city pop tracks.
yeah, it's a shame.
The Parappa anime, yeah, there's a Parappa the Rapper anime. It's very cute and slightly mysterious, and I have a theory that Parappa's little sister is a robot built by his dad.
Yes. On that note, it's 1 a.m.
Oh, it is 1 a.m. I fucking forgot, honestly.
I just have to animate the arms and then the little Gordon, it'll be done. Let's actually,
Hot
real
fu-
quick.
Let's get a look at it. Let's get one last look at it.
Yeah. Let me pause music.
And I'm gonna mute myself so I can unmute the audio on stream.
When John Freeman got to where the screaming was started, he found his brother, Gordon Freeman, fighting the final boss. And Gordon said, "John Freeman, over here!"
I swear to God, it must be the lag on the preview. Is there... I know there's something where I can view preview.
God, that was so fucking funny, though.
Is that it?
It's turning out dope.
Thank you. Where is it? There's a way to do a test version of it. I'm trying to... Fuck it. But right here, there was a little bit of lag right at the blinking that I swear to God isn't in the final. Hang on.
Gordon Freeman fighting.
We should probably test this off air.
Okay. But yeah. Anyway, I'm glad you'll like it. Thank you.
Oh, you have a funny little diamond because one day we might have to turn slow mode on, basically. But also, funny little diamond for our scene. I think that just makes sense to me, personally.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's take a look at fan art real quick.
Yeah. Beep. Okay. Let me knock things over. Let me put the music back on.
Yeah.
Let me click things.
Oh, I'm already over there and just... Oh.
Beep boop. Hey! A cyber fire! Oh wait.
Yeah, we're getting another update.
Cool!
This is why I was laughing, because something about the like open puppet mouth always catches me when it's like
It's very beautiful. Thank you.
Coming along great.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you, Cyberfire. This is so cute. I love seeing the puppet and versions of them are adorable.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
MLM Lemon. Enthusiastic chanting, Bat Mom, Bat Mom, Bat Mom.
Bat Mom, Bat Mom.
Oh.
This is really cool.
Oh, the thanks.
Yeah, I remember you saying that you were like kind of running with the take of like everyone winding up a little more monstrous than in their like default human forms. I think that's a very cool direction to take it in.
Yeah,
I'm probably going to be running in a. Yeah, I love like the wings kind of following the silhouette of the dress and like the line work on it. I also think that's a very cute like the bat ears. She is not taking off the hat. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I do
That's
like
really cute.
the light down fluff note over here. That's very cute, like a bumblebee bat.
Yeah. It's also very cool because I do like that it's like pulling everyone to like ironically the actual fairy tale kind of look.
Yeah, honestly.
Hey, remember, multiple cakes. I'm ready for as many pictures of Bat Mom as are gonna be out there.
Oh, Ruby Bloom drew a little chat, fella.
Oh,
Ruby Bloom,
it's
and
flower
it's a flower
shaped.
with a red outline. Oh, little deer
That's
thing.
really
That's
cute.
I like the
I also-
eyelashes.
Yeah, and I like the detailing in like how they behave at the corner of the thing. That's
Oh,
a very
yeah.
cute one.
The Rayman style limb is very funny. I like
Yeah, the fucking sus hand. It's just a little piece of the fluff that detaches and grows a little funny finger.
That's so cute. I love the
You
big
are allowed to
hollow
do this.
eyes. This is so
Yeah, the little like eyelash touches are a nice one.
cute. Yeah, for real. Thank you, Ruby.
Yeah.
This is lovely. Nova, I'm not as good with monster designs, but I like the idea of Heisenberg being a centaur. Ooh, because his creature in the story was the mechanical horse, so gwa gwa. Text and image says, horse bodies made of gears and metal, I promise. There's also ink cat mushrooms growing from within the gears. Ooh.
Oh, I like that a lot because it also suggests that he's just doing this because he thinks it's dope.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really cool design, Nova.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's very cool. Also, the idea of it being like held together with mushrooms is cool because I like the idea that Ethan's presence pushes it back towards the mold and a little bit less to the parasite. Not none parasite, but
Yeah.
like, you know, a healthy ecosystem's got to have a little parasite to it.
Just a little, just a wee bit.
Ti-
for fun.
ticks provide important biomass for birds.
Uh-huh.
Regrettably.
Thank you, Nova.
Oh,
Leaf
thank you so
twig.
much, Nova.
Very quick sketch of this frame from Bugs' animation because it haunts me in a wonderful way. Thank you. That's very kind of you. He's looking right
love-
at you.
I love this a lot. That's really cute. Also, thank you for the wasp. Jesus, y'all popping up. Oh, because the wasp button. The wasp button was on screen. Somehow I didn't think of that. Thank you all for the many, many wasps.
Thank you, Leaf Twig. This is very cute.
And the little Sona giving a thumbs up is cute.
Yes, I like that a lot.
It's a signature.
MLM Lemon, Plant Body Horror, the first babysitting gig.
Careful. No worries, Ethan. Rose will be safe for as long as needed. You have my utmost word.
This is adorable. I
This is-
love all the fungus.
Holy shit, I know what Lady D's accent is. She's theater pronouncing. She's doing
Oh.
theater pronunciation.
Is it
She's
Mid-Atlantic?
over enunci. It's not mid-Atlantic, but it's close because she's over enunciating her fucking consonants. She is hitting the exact shape of the words for emphasis.
Oh my
okay,
god,
okay.
that rules.
Sorry for bursting out with that at random. This fucking rules. This is very, very cute.
Yeah.
I like that Ethan is like still kind of fucked up with it and hasn't pulled together into like a very elegant look, like he's still recovering. That's very cute.
Yeah, seriously.
And the bat wings off of her speech to indicate tone. I really love when people use like font and speech
Yes,
bubbles
yes,
to
yes.
indicate voice.
That's
So
fucking
Ethan
cool.
being all fucked up and green and her having like delicate lettering, but the little bat wings.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's really cute. Embers is in a little hood. I like this.
Oh no, Puzz. Helping.
Helping!
Oh, paying your white girl tax.
oh,
Oh,
it's,
Puzz, the
it's-
hat and
you
the
got the Puzz
dye.
hair. You got the Puzz hair.
That's
oh,
really
I love
cute.
that.
Oh, Puzz.
That's adorable. And you got The little eyelashes. I also like the way you did the texturing here,
Oh,
where it's got like
heels.
it's a scuzzy oh, there's heels. Fuck. Well, there's no rule that a little chat cannot have funny little feet shaped like funny little heels.
Yeah, this is a
Th-
great
fuck.
texture, Puzz.
That's her. Those are her hooves, you bitch.
Thank you, Puzz.
Thank you. I love this. The scuzzy texture. It's very important to me that chats have like weird scuzzy, weird spiky like textures sometimes.
Yeah.
But also sonas with fluffy ends are good too.
MLM Lemon, bonus babysitting
Really?
doodle. Oh, these pesky teens, a noble age. Oh.
Daughters.
Oh,
Yeah,
making a baby
I do feel like
cry.
the girls probably don't really know what to do with a baby, but I feel like they're fascinated.
Yeah,
I don't
for
think they've
sure.
really gotten. I don't think they've gotten to interact with a baby before, because like only adults get brought up to the village.
Yeah.
They've heard a lot about them though. Oh, that's adorable. Thank
That's really
you.
Cute. I like your lettering
I love-
too.
Yeah, that's a nice touch.
Leaf Twig, some bugs well drawn Dark Forest trainees. That's Warrior Cat stuff. Don't worry about it.
We
Oh,
won't.
Beetle
That's
Whisper.
really look.
Beaver Clan. That's cute.
That's a good name. That's a good name. I like the
Aw.
like slightly uneven like fluffy antenna work here, and I like the round peanut bug.
Yeah, I look like a big loaf of bread. I really like it.
Are you not a big loaf of bread?
Listen, they don't know.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean to do a face reveal here. I don't. I didn't mean to dox you. God, that's just a Moon RPG bit. That's just literally a plot
Fuck.
reveal from Moon RPG.
Oh, thank you, Leaf Twig. This is very
Yeah. Oh shit.
cute. MLM
Oh.
Lemon. Another one. I'm not as
Lemon.
I'm not experienced with drawing mobility aids, so sorry about the weird drawing. Learning and getting better, drawing new things every day. Hey, that's the
Oh,
process.
look at that! It's the Walker.
Oh,
That's
Walker with rose in
cute.
it. That's really cool.
I like that. Oh, and Ethan's got like a big chunky cane.
Oh yeah, it's like a tree branch. That's really fucking cool.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I do too.
That would be especially cute because there's actually I think there's an Irish walking stick that is also
Oh,
just a big fucking club with
shillelagh?
spikes on the end of it. Yeah, I think it's a shillelagh.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can say that right. I could see Ethan having a cane that doubles a little bit as one of those bad boys.
That would be cool. Yo, this rules. Thank you.
I love this. Thank you.
Oh, Rubalburb. My best attempt at fan art from Rubal Beans. Gordon Free.
Gordon Free. This is not the white boy I ordered.
I love Heisenberg's face with the little.
Yeah, he's just he's not sure what he's doing
hands
here
together.
either.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
This is a good expression. Great work, Rubal
Yeah.
Beans. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Chatlit Rubal unleashing wasp. Oh. Oh my god,
Oh,
coming
like
out of the
that.
mouth. Oh my god. That's great.
I really love this like chatlet with big open mouth thing going on here.
Yes, holy
That's
shit.
great.
That's really cool.
I also really love the like spread out pose of the screaming one.
Yes.
So there's something just really good about someone like squatting down like that to scream every time, basically.
Thank you, Rubal Bean.
Oh. I'm gonna put one of the new emotes in here because I keep remembering I put those.
Oh yeah.
Believe it or not, I just had these lying around.
Mechanical body horror from MLM Lemon. Quick Heisenberg. I have a bridge.
You could just pause a second. I would read it.
Quick Heisenberg concept before I gotta get off my computer and into bed. I know his theme is horse, but the concept art was all about caterpillars. Ooh, I mushed them together like Play-Doh.
Ooh.
Pause.
Oh, I like this a lot.
Oh wow, a caterpillar centaur.
A caterpillar
Like a swallowtail
centaur.
tail. Oh, that's
Fuck.
cool.
I also like the little arrow indicating his fruity little hand.
Yes, I like that too. And I like how you rendered the fingers. That's very cool. The square
Yeah,
picture.
that looks really cool.
That
I
is
also
very
like the
cool mechanical
implication that this
stuff.
would let him like he could like stand up all the way on his back legs to like reach something. That'd be very cool for like building really giant constructions. Because, sure, he's got the magnetic powers, but you need to see what you're doing.
Yeah, and I really like the exhaust ports on the back mimicking the silhouette
Yeah.
of the caterpillar he's based on. The
Oh, and you got his hair pulled back like I was saying
that's
he should
cute.
do. I'm just brush your hair, please, sir, just once. I am approaching you slowly with a fucking brush.
This fucking rules, Lemon. Thank you.
Yeah, and fucking capital work on like getting some quick, tight sketches out on designs. It's
Yeah.
very hard with design work to like make yourself just like go for it with stuff. I've found personally.
Yeah.
So these are really dope. I really like the way that you very quickly like roughed in mechanical shapes that just
Mhm.
like get the idea across. It looks great.
But also be careful with your hand. I know how hard it can
Yes.
be on stress when you're working
Yes.
this quick.
Always remember, we will always look at fan art, no matter when it comes into the channel, at the next like thing. I
Yeah.
promise.
Yeah, for sure. This is fucking dope, though. Great work. Radbasad, I'm not immune to he did that trans flag headcanon's pregnancy.
I looked. These are like safe to look at.
Ethan, come look. The maternity pictures finally got back.
Oh?
Oh, I like the trans flag on his shirt, and the mushrooms
Yeah.
growing out of his head are cute.
And he's got the perma shadow from his like weird model editing that Capcom always does.
Oh my god.
Wow, you can't even tell these are edited.
You look so goofy in this one. That's adorable. He did that.
He did that.
That's cute, the
I-
little squiggles.
I love Mia's pose in the background, just like, yeah,
Yeah, honestly.
yeah.
And I love the eyes is white against the face. That's very
Yeah,
cool.
that's really, really cute. And this rose
That
is
is
so fucking good.
That
it's
is
like-
an
like
extremely good
Beaten
baby.
style baby.
Yeah.
Beaten style baby is like the highest fucking compliment.
Yes, yes, yes. Fucking great and really
She's-
wonderful, vivid colors.
Yeah, also I just love seeing fan art of like goofy like fun trans ideas is the
Yeah,
best.
Same. Fucking thank you.
These are just these are the photos that they send to like her shitty grandma.
Thank you again, Radbasad. This fucking rules.
Thank you.
Oh, Bubbly. I think it was Puzz who said this in chat. Strong Rose popping Ethan's hand off.
God.
Holy shit!
It's okay, Rose. Dad's here. God. Yeah, that fucker's hold out. That's like I think both of his hands at this point are just like held on with raw like hope. He can just do like the thing shit once he's like fully fungus.
Seriously, Jesus Christ. That's fucking
Just one
great,
hand
Bubbly.
scuttling around to go get a monkey toy.
God.
Ethan, I really wish you would tell us when you're doing that. I just needed the salt.
Nova, here's what I did for the Bat Mom. Oh, that's
Whoa!
cute. Oh, with the
Oh,
cigarette
that rules.
holder and
Oh.
the ear.
Oh, she's wearing. I love this because I was talking about how I think post game she might wear pants sometimes.
Oh, I like this. Like, it's coming back down out of the scapula into here. This is a really nice.
Yeah. I also really like that the wings are like still kind of gooey. Oh, she has a back brace. That's cute.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
For a few reasons. Like
That's
her
really
wings, is what I'm
cool.
saying.
Thank you, Nova.
Thank you so much. This is wonderful.
Bubbly, finished on time. Anyway, Chris cursing and no one having it. Damn, she really is beautiful.
You really pull that shit right here?
Watch
What
your
the hell,
goddamn
man?
mouth.
Why the fuck would you say that?
What's your damn problem?
Chris, why would you fucking say that in front of her? Everyone joining in on the family
Oh, the
activity
angry
of
eyes
fucking
on
with the cop.
Donna. That's
Yeah!
great.
They're coming in
No
through
eyes
the
on
claw.
Ethan.
He doesn't get eyes, just eyebrows.
Oh, that's great. Fucking
this is
great
so
stuff,
cute.
Bubbly.
I really love that, like, I'm a big sucker for, like, simple, highly expressive, like, face rendering like this. This fucking cracks me the hell up.
Seriously, same.
And you got the whole gang in. That rules.
Thank you so fucking much, you guys. Holy shit.
Yeah, like, thank you all so much. Please, everyone, take care of your hands. But I almost is sitting here like, wow, we got like fan art for the animation coloring night, huh?
Same.
Y'all are fucking treasures. Please know that if there ever comes a day where like everybody has to rest at once, we will not be sad about it. We will be so happy you're taking care of your funny little hands.
Yes.
But also, since y'all are here, like, thank you. I love these a lot. I love them every goddamn time.
Thank you. Thank you. We're trying to figure out a little bit the schedule. Kingdom Hearts might be Sunday, Kingdom Hearts might be Thursday, maybe Sunday will be more Resident Evil 8.
Yeah, we might do like more Resident Evil 8 like as we feel it. We're not
Vertigo's
sure yet.
Playground.
Thank you for the follow, Vertigo's Playground. Sadly we're closing up soon, but hey, we'll be here next time. So also depending on how Bugs is doing, I might push for like Thursday to be off because that's going to be after the deadline is over. But also Bugs might want to stream to something chill and we'll like I'll finally see what the fuck a RuneScape is directly. Who knows? So I don't know. I'm simply saying.
Okay.
But yeah, Thursday. Basically, we might be here Thursday. We might be resting, but either way, we'll at the very least be back Sunday, and we'll be doing some. Honestly, we might do Thursday like Kingdom Hearts because Bugs just likes Kingdom Hearts.
I do like Kingdom Hearts is the thing.
Bugs likes Kingdom Hearts so fucking much.
Do like Kingdom
this song
Hearts.
makes me cry.
Yeah.
So we might be here Thursday, but either way, well, fucking thank you for being with us here tonight. Thank you for like coming and hanging out with us. Should I do the spiel here? I guess I'm doing the spiel. Okay, thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for just following. Thank you for donating, which goes more to us than to Twitch. But literally just thank you if you were here and hung out with us and spent your time with us and talked with us and had a fun time. And thank you for watching the VODs. Don't think I don't see you. Drink more water. And we will see you next time.
Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye.